2.27 miles and starting with a very fast straight into the first corner horseshoe before opening up through 2 and 3 through NASCAR, and then it winds through 5 and 6, which is Stake, then up the hill and down again into the very important complex of 11 and 12 at Oak Tree before opening right up down a very long straight, then down the hill again into Roller Coaster and finally Hog Pen before opening up again through 17 and that long run to the start finish. Nestled in the gorgeous countryside of the North Carolina-Virginia border, this is without doubt one of the drivers' favorites. Welcome back to VIR. We are high above the Virginia International Raceway as part of our Speed Tour. And it's the penultimate round of both FR and Trans Am. And of course, SVRA just keeps on trucking. We've got some great groups action coming up. Group 10, their race 2 coming up. It's a beautiful day here at VIR. I tell you what, this place really pings when the sun is shining. It's just a wonderful place to be. We've got a good breeze too, which is keeping us autumnal, so to speak, but it feels like a summer day with a nice cool breeze. Really lovely. And wherever you're tuning in on both of our apps for SVRA and Trans Am, or even on YouTube or Facebook, we welcome you. It's been a good weekend for racing. We've already crowned Chris Dyson as our new champion of TA. And we've got TA2 to come later in the day. That'll be our finale, so to speak. But we turn our attention now once again to SVRA. And it's Group 10 action coming up next. Paddock slightly dissipated from yesterday as we look at the back of the circuit. Here we are on the opposite end of what the shot you just saw, and this is what we call the Oak Tree. There used to be a huge oak tree there. You might say, well, where's the oak tree? Well, it's gone, sadly. There's one in the distance over there, but there was a famous one which literally leant over the circuit. And there's some wonderful pictures here in the media center of that oak tree, but it sadly got hit by lightning. They've planted another one, and it is a-okay as we now go to the pre-grid, back to the other side of the track, as we take a look at the Camaro of the number 33 in Group 10. That's Greg Richardson. Richardson in a Chevrolet Camaro from 2014. And effectively, this is a muscle car field, which includes an Australian Python, as well as a BMW M3, a few Porsches, the rest. Actually, there's a Maserati Trofeo out there as well. Colin Cohen at the wheel. Obviously, big muscle cars, though, is the order of the day. NASCAR, IMSA, you name it. Classic cars, every which and one. And Greg Richardson's got the privilege of driving that 2014 Camaro. Xfinity Championship car. I got a great opportunity to have a wander around one of the great marathon motorhomes earlier in the weekend. That was a real joy. Fantastic piece of equipment. Definitely the way to go racing. There's the 99, Joseph Wiggins in that Porsche GT4. And that's almost a brand new car, 2020 version. Behind that, there's the 97. My estimates are right. Actually, no, I can't find it. 97. He's got the Dayglow gloves on, which is the more important thing, because then we can see him putting the car through its paces at the wheel. I always love the gloves that are brightly painted, so we can get a better view. So I'm not sure. It's the Breathless Corvette, though. And I think they put that in there because they weren't expecting to be on the grid for race 2 for this race, but they've gone in there anyway. They've had a few ups and downs, have the Breathless team this weekend with Ernie and a few others having some issues. So too did the Burton team with Dreesy, of course, in TA. Both he and Simon Gregg having problems as they ran the TA race. You really get to see the length of that straight. There's not many straights bar Road America, and of course that's uphill at the start. This is a very fast entry at the bottom of Hogpen, and it starts, the run from here actually starts all the way down, and then you've got this long straight here that goes back to the pits, and then the pit lane that you just saw there. So there's some really good long stretches, and then to the right of your shot here, this is the approach to 10, and it really is another, although they call it the snake, it's still very fast indeed. And you can see it here, this is the beginnings of it. So there are corners, as you can see, but most of them are very fast corners, and this whole track is therefore very much a flowing, fast circuit. And here's the entirety of it. There is one extra bit, but this is known as the long course, or the main course here. And there's that front straight again. So the car's coming out on track for Group 10. Roughly 20 cars if they all come out. Out goes the breathless Corvette. And we're perched high above, well, just outside the pit lane, and we're able to listen to these cars roar by. We've opened the window so we can get a better listen. There's that Python I was talking about. We talked about that yesterday. Bright orange and Australian painted, i.e. with the Australian flag on. And yeah, it's quite a sight and quite different, but certainly a joy to look at. Now, that 97 was the Corvette, a 2000 Corvette of Lance Ausek. He's not on my Race 2 grid, but that's why I wanted to check him out, was because he wasn't actually on my Race 2 grid. But there he is. We've seen him a couple of times. He's racing for the Breathless team, and in that black, white, and orange Corvette.
I had a great informational card on George's Python.
Oh, yeah?
It's not up here anymore. I put it up here early on in the week. Little thing of card stock. He's a pretty organized man from Melbourne, Australia. Has a lot to say about this wonderful Python. And there's the number 97. I don't have him on my grid sheet.
Yeah, I'm kind of relying on both the grid sheet and on effectively the original, if you will, grid sheet when they arrive at the weekend, and sometimes that's got a little bit more information on. But I'm glad to say Ricky Knuckles is in there.
From Melbourne, Australia, George came up from Southern California, so he won one of our Road Warriors. So he's from Melbourne, Australia, has a home and keeps his car in Southern California. So pretty unbelievable there. We've got looks like Wally Dallenbach Jr. up there leading the field in number 44. John Cloud, whose birthday was yesterday, in that Miller Genuine Draft. And, you know, someday we're going to be organized enough up here to get grid sheets.
We'll get there.
What a beautiful weekend here. We've got some great races coming up. So it's this group right here, Group 10. Then we've got 5, 7, 9, and 11. And then the big American muscle cars and the Group B sedans and the Group 8 cars and the Group 12 more modern cars. So that's always going to be a great race.
Developed by George Vidovic, as you mentioned, the Cobra replica with a whole another twist, it says in its entry review. Before reveal how they do it, let's take a look at the history of it. A published book called Pride, Passion and Persistence, One Man's Automotive Dream, was inspired in 1979 by the movie The Gumball Rally, and we all know about that. And he purchased the Cobra, and that was the starting point for this Python.
Well, here they go. Wally Dallenbach jumps out like normal. He likes to bring the cars to the field real slow, and then he just stomps on the gas.
Just as he did yesterday, he is off and running, a two-time former Trans Am champion. And, of course, we've had some great family names here with the Unzers and the Andrettis today. Well, now it's the turn of the Dallenbachs.
Yeah, that's some history there. I think Wally Sr. is going to be inducted into the Indy Hall of Fame here this year, is what I heard today.
Yeah, and a shout out to Willie T. Ribbs getting his
Long Beach.
Yeah, Long Beach today, honoured by getting a pavement named after him at the Long Beach Grand Prix.
So that was Greg Richardson there, and that what looks like a new stock car. I don't have him on anything. That's a 2014 Chevrolet Camaro. As they come up into this treacherous turn 10 there, and Wally Dallenbach, we were here watching this race yesterday with Debbie Cloud, and he had a problem in the race yesterday in that beautiful number 44 car. So you would think he would kind of take it gingerly, but in Wally Dallenbach Jr. fashion.
I don't think, the Dallenbachs don't do anything gingerly.
No, but that's Joseph Wiggins there. Uh-oh, we've got somebody off now. That's our boy Ricky Knuckles.
Oh, no!
Oh, maybe one of the best names in vintage racing outside of my boy Thor Johnson. We have a Thor Johnson that races with us. Can't get any better than that, but Ricky Knuckles, that's unfortunate, but we do appreciate Ricky. Thank you for pulling off behind the wall, and we can keep this going green. In my mind, that is a win. We should start giving people red hats for that.
Yeah, I like it.
So there's Wally Dallenbach. Speaking of red hats, he's got a few. We give out SVRA red hats. I was talking to Kim, who is in charge of our winner's circle and our trophy presentations earlier today, and you'd be surprised. So we came to the Trans Am race at Road America. How many of our vintage racers that I saw wearing their red hats proudly? You know, and I love seeing that, especially not at one of our events. But they wear it. It's a badge of honor. You know, it means, hey, I've gotten on the podium at an SVRA race, and everybody knows that's a difficult thing.
Dallenbach setting the pace. He's already 11 seconds up the road from Joseph Wiggins in second place, Greg Richardson in third, and Lance Osek in that Python. I was just reading up on the Python, uncoiled it first in 1982 at the International Motor Show in Sydney. So there you go. There's the breathless Corvette.
I'm going to close the windows. We're getting some wind here.
Yeah, we are getting some wind on the mics, I think. It's a small field, this. It's small. It's narrowed down from yesterday. We had a much bigger field, but not everybody can do the full weekend. And obviously work beckons sometimes on Monday morning. And there's that breathless Corvette. And
that's Lance Osik there.
Yeah.
He had to start from the back of the field. I don't think he was running, but he's moving his way through the field. It looks kind of like a GT1 car. I don't have any information on it, but that's the 33 there of Greg Richardson, who is currently, until Lance Osik took over, was in third. Now he's in fourth overall. I haven't seen John Cloud, but that's Joseph Wiggins there being passed in that Porsche. So now Greg Richardson should be in third overall. So even though this is a Group 10 race, there's different specifications. There's 10 GT4, there's 10 IGT, which are the IGT cars. Then there's different iterations of stock cars that are out there. So this would be an IGT car. Looks like a Cayman from where I stand. It's the number 99 of Joseph Wiggins. So Joseph, thank you for bringing out that beautiful car. IGT's had some great races, and if you Cup cars or these Caymans, it's almost like a twofer on these weekends, because you can join us in International
that's a good point.
Wrangler, or you can come and run in Group 10, and you get almost double the track time.
Yeah, that's quite mouth-watering, isn't it? The idea of that.
And I want to show the Armco that you see there and the horseshoe on this great drone shot. We are the first weekend to have that. You can see where the K-wall came through the grass there, but now photographers here at VIR, thanks to the help of Kerrigan Smith and Connie and their wonderful management here at VIR, now photographers have new positions to photograph from, as we're getting great shots right here of John Cloud and that Rusty Wallace Miller Genuine Draft stock car. And man, are we in NASCAR country. That is a fitting car to have here. A lot of moonshine has been illegally moved through these hills of Virginia International Raceway.
Yeah, it was great having Debbie Cloud up here yesterday, giving the old man a bit of a hard time. Loved it.
So Breathless Racing, they've had a rough weekend.
Oh,
I got to say, unfortunately for Ernie Francis Sr. and Jr. and the whole team. So hopefully this Lance Ossick can bring them a podium. They will be happy about that. It's fun when the Trans Am teams are like, hey, we also can support some SVRA cars. So this weekend, not only are they supporting 7-time champion Ernie Francis Jr. in TA, but also 3 vintage race cars. That is the 46th, Donnie Strickland. And there's 2-time Trans Am champion and NASCAR commentator. Wally has a hunting show. One of those guys that just kind of seems to like to have a lot of hobbies. Really fun to talk to. Great to have in the paddock.
Well, either he's trying to get out of doing the housework or the wife just wants him out of the house.
I think he just loves being behind the wheel. And John and Debbie Cloud give him some fantastic machines with Cobra Automotive wrenching on these machines. Here's one right here, the Miller Genuine Draft, a birthday boy from yesterday, John Cloud. One of my heroes in the SVRA paddock. Just one of those guys that really offers up a lot, puts on a great show every weekend. Very sportsman race car driver. Just a couple years ago here at VIR, he won the TA2 Masters title, which is a hard-fought battle here, especially at Virginia International Raceway. Helped us out in the VROC series here, races all kinds of different cars. So happy birthday to John Cloud, and I love that Rusty Wallace machine.
Yeah, that shot through the woods is really good. To see the NASCAR creeping through the Virginia woods like that, really good.
Yeah, I would love to see a NASCAR Cup race, and I'm sure Connie and Kerrigan would too here at VIR. And they have the fan base, as we've seen, this VIR Speed Tour. I love coming through. The weather's been perfect. Lots of crowd. We had a wonderful car show yesterday. So if you have not been, we will be back again next year about the same time for the VIR Speed Tour. These shots we're getting on the live stream, it's unbelievable, and we thank everybody for putting this together and all of our great sponsors for helping us with this. But you have to come to one of these events live. And our next one is at Utah Motorsports Campus in beautiful Salt Lake City, and then after that we go to Circuit of the Americas for our national championship. One of the premier tracks, your home track, Jonathan.
Yeah, I know the Tulare circuit though in Utah. That's a fantastic backdrop, isn't it? Mountains.
Yeah, I've never been there, but
the
photos are beautiful.
Oh, you're gonna love it.
And then we go to Auto Club Speedway, Southern California, for maybe the second to last race there, because I hear that they're going to be making it a short track. So we end this season at Auto Club Speedway in Fontana, and we start the 2022 season. We have 22 events so far scheduled for 2022, which I think is fitting. So make sure you go to svra.com, because we've got events coming to your area. We're all over the country.
Yeah, I was really impressed with the calendar for SVRA last week, and just how much of the country you do cover, and how many of the iconic circuits you go to. It's really fitting. I don't think there's a circuit that I would say, oh, why aren't we going there? There isn't. We go to all of them. Really good.
No, in my mind, all of the top level road racing circuits in America we cover. I can't think of one that we're like, oh, I wish we were here. Maybe Barber, and maybe that's someday. I'd like, just because it's close to my house in Nashville, and I've know it's a great place. But here we go. Look at this. That is a beautiful car. We saw Ray Evernham here this weekend. He races a car similar to this, a blue GT1 Corvette. And he was with Ernie Francis Jr. with that SRX car, which I was happy to see one up close. We watched it on CBS this year. It's neat. It's cool, too, that it's all in the family. Ernie Francis Jr. Championship. Ray Evernham is a great vintage racer, NASCAR Hall of Famer. And then Kerry Hitt from Advanced Composites, our body guy in Trans Am, made the bodies for SRX.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, there was a lot of consternation as to how it should look, the SRX, or what it would look like. Here's that Viper. Look at this.
No, Cobra. It's a Python.
Python.
I describe it as.
Well, it started as a Cobra.
Cobra that spent too much time on the Jersey Shore. It's got that like steroid, fake tan look to it, like I'm going to arm wrestle you and beat you up. And I hope he doesn't take any offense to that. Maybe he would say Surfer's Paradise over there in Queensland. But
well, the basis of it is a Cobra.
It is a Cobra. Yeah, you can clearly see the Cobra, but then it's got those huge fender flares and a lot of extra engineering. It almost looks like a purposely made autocross or hill climb car.
I would argue that it's what happens when a Cobra and a Viper get together and mate.
Maybe. You know, well, he is Australian, and you know how we have animals here that can hurt you.
Yeah.
But it seems like every animal in Australia can kill you.
Oh, yeah.
And so that's what it is.
Including
that would basically be an Australian Cobra. Just a little bit beefier, a little bit more venom. And George Vidovic is really a fantastic driver. Great to have in the paddock. He joined us last year at Road Atlanta. He's with us at Auto Club Speedway. He will also travel the world to race anywhere. And there's a Toyota Camry, number 46, Donnie Strickland.
2013. Oh, Donnie, just as we're on him.
Look at that. Donnie's wanting to make sure that we mention Verizon, sponsor of that car. So he's spun for us just there at Turn 1. Triple Sal Cow.
3.5 degree of difficulty on that Salco.
But look at that. Didn't stall it?
Nope.
Good job, Donnie Strickland. Not bad. Turn 1 is an easy turn to get wrong. You're coming down from a lot of speed. The great thing about it is we learned in the Trans Am race, there's grip on the inside, there's grip on the outside. But if you miss your brake markers, you're gonna mess it up. And I noticed today, and here we go, replay. What do you do?
Coming to the braking point. Everything's fine. Fun turning in. Everything's fine. But then, ran out of road.
I know what happened.
Come on.
So my Mission Foods, one of our great sponsors, we put up brake markers, and in one of the earlier races, the Formula cars took out brake markers. He was probably used to seeing it, and he's like, "Oh, where's the third one? Up too late." So that Donnie, we're not going to give that your fault. That's not your fault, buddy.
That's probably it.
There's the number 97.
Well, this is the man leading the race now.
Yeah,
He's just at the fastest lap
where
as well.
did Wally Dallenbach go?
I don't know. In fact, I really don't know, because I've got him down on my timing sheets. It's down in 7th, so something untoward has happened to the great Dallenbach Jr.
Well, Lance Ossick from last to first. Nice job. That's gonna put a nice little bookend to this weekend with the Breathless Racing team. Ernie Francis Jr. won again in FR. Did not have a good weekend in Trans Am. Had a great race up until the time that something went wrong. I didn't get to speak to him. But here we go, Lance Ossick. If you're in the South Florida area and want to get involved in vintage racing, definitely give Breathless a look. One of the best teams, and enjoy working with their crew. Ernie Francis Sr. and Monica, tight run ship. And then you have one of the best driver engineers since probably Mark Donahue and Ernie Francis Jr.
Wow, that's high praise.
I've seen it. At Watkins Glen, when he broke, he was there working till 10:30 at night, and I was talking to him, and he's putting everything back together. He builds his shocks. He is his own crew chief sometimes.
Yeah. And I try to whittle out of Mr. Al Unser Jr. what we think Francis will be doing. And all he would say is, well, you know I like Indianapolis and I like the 500. So how about that for an eye-opener?
Yeah.
For what might happen to Ernie. Indy Lights?
You know, I'm going to say this as his friend. I think he's better than that. I think he needs to be in IndyCar and people have said, what about the Xfinity Series? I think he should be in the big show. I think he has shown everybody he can be there. It's going to take some time, but really I hope he gets with the right team, because I think he belongs with
But he's young enough to do both. He's
well, now Justin Marks' team. He bought Chip Ganassi or a Roger Penske. And he's shown that he can win in everything, but just his work ethic is like none I've ever seen.
Sure.
His personality, the things that I make him do. You know, we're talking about Ernie Francis Jr. The poor guy, after he crashes out of a race, does not want to come up to the commentator booth. Many times have I asked him to come do autographs or to help me out with something, and he always does.
Says yes.
And I know he doesn't want to, but he's a true team player. Because grow the Trans Am Championship with us. He really hits the big times he gets to race in vintage racing because, as you know, vintage, every series is a feeder series for vintage racing.
Yeah.
We've had Formula One drivers, we've had Formula 2 champions, we've had Trans Am champions, they're here this weekend. We've had NASCAR champions, so if you really do well in your career, someday you could make it to the big time. Association, SVRA.
And then you're missing out the kings of industry, top sportsmen, top musicians.
Yeah. Just this year, we've had a certain lead singer of a band we can't name, but he will be back in black.
Yes.
We've had Jim Farley, the CEO of Ford. We're just, I always kind of say that our
Carella.
Yeah, our paddock is full of the most interesting men and women in the world, from all captains of industry, from sports, everything. So Issa Lussick is getting it done here, showing us how it's done in that what I think is a GT1. Yeah, it is. See, right by the number 9, it says GT1, which is also a TA class of car. Basically, tube frame, way too much horsepower, way too little of brakes, definitely hard to control, and probably a lot of fun. Too much car for me.
Yeah, and me. And he's got it down here as a 10 GT4 in terms of its sort of 10 status.
In this group, I think my favorite is George Vidovic in that.
I'm with you.
Crazy Python. And me as a purist, you wouldn't think I would say that, but and I love this car here, because just Rusty Wallace, that's a great car, but something about the orange Python and the story and him coming around from Southern California, that's just really cool. Look at that. Miller Genuine Draft, nicknamed the Debbie Cloud and John Cloud team because of their interaction with Bobby Rahal at Mid-Ohio, and so he's been MGD since then. It just so happens he's racing that Pontiac Grand Prix, and I know we talk about this because there's other stock cars in this race, but that looks right.
Yeah.
The thing that I think that we have correct in the formula is a Camaro looks like a Camaro, the Challenger looks like the Challenger, and the Mustang looks like the Mustang. And in other race series, they don't look like that. It's like a Toyota Camry with a Camaro front end, and it just looks wonky. But our cars look right. In that era of NASCAR, I feel like they got the cars right, especially Scott Borchetta and Mike Slutz. Mike Slutz has the A.J. Foyt Copenhagen car. Back when the NASCAR cars still had metal bumpers, that was the good old days. I hope we can get back to that. But that is all Corvette.
And last lap, as Lance Osek comes out of the horseshoe. He's still got Greg Richardson behind him, but some way behind him. Joseph Wiggins at the moment in the 99. Porsche GT4 is in 3rd place, then John Cloud in 4th in that Rusty Wallace car. There is the 99. 3rd place, Mr. Wiggins. Fairly modern car, mind you.
Yeah. My mom, who is a car guy, I know that sounds funny, but we were talking about Kim Madrid today as a car guy.
Yeah.
She has a Porsche Boxster S, and it is a lot of fun to drive.
Yeah, I'll bet.
That's a pretty car, those Caymans. And even though that's not the 911, 991, it's still, you can tell it's a Porsche just by that silhouette.
Oh, yeah. That's the wonder of
Just
Porsche.
like Corvette has kind of kept that silhouette since the early 80s there, maybe even since the late 70s, the fiberglass bodies. It's kind of, you could see the delineation of Corvette development through that, even now with their mid-engine cars, the C8s. Is it the C8 or C9?
C8.
C8. Tony Perella, if you're listening to this, I'm sorry. I just don't know my Corvettes like you do.
Final lap then, and the breathless team finally have something to smile about, because it's been a rough weekend, a lot of hard work for this little team, the little team that can. And in the hands of Lance Osek, they're going to take the checkered flag here in Group 10. And there it is.
Yeah, I think that's still Starter Steve up there. Starter Steve from VIR. His mom watches our broadcasts. So he stops me every year and says, hey, man, my mom saw. And I always put him on our promo videos here, too, so his mom can see him on commercials. 97, Lance Ossick, Breathless Racing. I'm sure Ernie Francis Sr. in Monaco, Billy Roper, John Mills, the crew there at Breathless. Good job. From last to first. We've seen Ernie Francis do that many times in the Trans Am Series. There's a more modern stock car there. Greg Richardson. This is the Toyota Camry.
And let's take a quick look at the highlights then of Group 10. And away went Dollenbach from the start. And he did start to build a massive lead, but it wouldn't come to anything, unfortunately. Everybody fighting for position, but it turned out to be a great day for the Breathless team in that Corvette. Lance Ossick getting into the lead once Dollenbach dropped back and dropped out. Greg Richardson would chase him home. And there was plenty of others. John Cloud out there, and then the off for the 46 of Donnie Strickland, but he got back on. But there was no stopping the Corvette of the Breathless team, as the 97 GT1 made it to the checkered flag to make it to their first victory of the weekend. Well done to Lance. And that completes the coverage of Group 10 for the VIR weekend. So I don't know what happened to old Wally, but we'll find out. He's just by our media center, so we'll get a chance to maybe find out what happened to him. But no problems for John Cloud in the number 2. He finishes. Well, we'll get a confirmation of everybody's finish. He finishes 4th, but Lance Ossick in that Corvette wins ahead of Greg Richardson in the Camaro. Joseph Wiggins in the GT4 Porsche takes 3rd. John Cloud, the man I was just talking about in the Pontiac, takes 4th. George Vidovic of Australia in the Python takes 5th. Donnie Strickland 6th. Wally Dollenbach Jr. in that Ford Mustang Cobra is down as 7th, but as you can see, 7 laps. So he led, and then that was all over. And Ricky Knuckles, we saw him spin around in the Impala and go out and park it. So that's how they finished in Group 10. More action to come from SVRA, and coming up next, we'll have our Group 6, 8, 12A, and 12B. We'll take a short break from VIR. We'll be right back with more action. Stay with us.
Feel the power. Experience the excitement. You're in the driver's seat. At Skip Barber, you learn from the best. Whether you are a new driver that wants to learn accident avoidance or a seasoned racer looking to improve, we have a program for you. We're your #1 destination for auto racing and driving schools. Skip Barber. Feel the power.
Let the feelings take control. 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 Mama told me to be loved. Let the feelings take control.
For those who crave control,
Let the feelings
Alfa Romeo,
take control.
the mechanics of emotion.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Welcome back to VIR. It's an absolutely resplendent day. Puffy clouds in the distance here looking over the North Carolina-Virginia border. And we are live here around the world for the VIR SpeedTour. And the paddock is, well, it's kind of withering out a bit because we're coming to the end of a good weekend of racing. So some guys are packing up and are going. Others are waiting for their race to get underway. We are getting ready for our next group coming up, which is 6, 8, and 10. And alongside me, Ben Sissel,
Look at
as
this.
always.
So that's my GoPro camera there, and that is because this is Caesar Cone, one of my favorite people here at in vintage racing. And Caesar Cone, man, I love you. The Apex Vintage team here that helps him out, he has been racing for 60 years. Started at VIR, and this is going to be Caesar Cone's last race, which it makes me kind of teary-eyed because this man has been a staple in racing. John Fippin's going to join us from Mid-Ohio, and I'm sure, John, you've announced some great races with this yellow car.
This yellow Alpha has been, you know, a hallmark of vintage racing for so long, and it's just hard to believe that we're going to have a vintage race in November and Caesar won't be behind the wheel. I mean, this car is in every race. And it's just so great to see him and so great to celebrate the fact that he started his career here at VIR and he's going to finish it here. That's a great bookend to a 62-year.
What else has he raced? Where did he start?
He's done SCCA. He's done all kinds of crazy stuff. Then, you know, just like any path of anybody. So he started in his early 20s, teens, and then, you know, family, colleges. So he kind of came out of it for a little bit and then came back. And then now, in just the last couple of years, it would be really, I would say, he raced probably 6 or 8 events with us a year. And in 2 different classes. So he was with us in the morning race in 1, 3, 4, 5. And now he's out here in this group 6, 8, and 12. So we're going to get to some more Caesar Cone stories. But, yeah, I knew, knowing you've been at Mid-Ohio for so many times, that's one of his favorite tracks. And that car is just a staple there and super competitive.
I didn't know Caesar's backstory. What was his profession away from the racetrack?
I don't know either.
Yeah.
I usually do. But usually when they don't offer that up, I always ask him. And I'm sure I've asked him in the past, what did you do in real life? And he wouldn't offer that up, so, you know, I'm trying to, so let's just call him a race car driver.
That sounds good to me, yeah, absolutely.
So this is group 6, 8, and 12. I'm going to go through the field here with the grid sheet that we have. So Scott Borchetta leading the field. I talked to Dylan, his crew chief, Dylan Hellman from Scott Borchetta Racing in Nashville, Tennessee. This, I don't want a commentator curse this, but this will be Scott Borchetta's 20th feature sprint race in that car. It is finished every race under its own power, and I think it has finished first, maybe second, but I can't think of a time he's in that Chevy Corvette with a 350 V8 under the hood, 1960 PT class. Right behind him is Robert Corzin. I gave him a fist bump for wearing those great gloves, the Day Glow gloves. So if you're a driver watching this, put on some Day Glow gloves. Get them from HMS here, and we're going to be able to talk about you a lot more because we're going to see your hands moving in the cars. That's a 2013 Ford Mustang Boss 302, Mark Hildebrand, and a 6GT 1972 Chevy Corvette starting 3rd, Sam Smith in 4th, in a 2005 Ford Mustang, Scott Kissinger in a 71 Datsun 240Z, John Cloud in 6th, in a 1970 Grabber Blue Boss Ford 302, Jason Sessions, a group He is in a 2013 Ford Boss 302 in a Group 6 car, 12 car, I'm sorry. I'm getting all mixed up. He is in a 6B production car. I'm going too fast. John Strauss, Group 12, Ford Boss 302, 2013. Tom Grudovich, man. The David and Goliath. He's out there in a Ginetta. Unbelievable. Group 8 Ginetta. Chip Stabler, Renee Tassila, Patrick Sessions, Eric Bowman, David Porter, Rick Ortman, John Nash, David Nicholas, Fred Beasley, Chris Fennell, Sharon Edelman, and another great blue Ginetta. Harvey Park, Caesar Cohn in that yellow 6.2, Scott Birkeland. David Bearden is not here today. He's got oiling issues, I think. And then Glenn Maurer in that Marlboro Alfa Romeo. Glenn, Logan, and Chase, I've talked to them many times. They are smiles as usual, just having a fantastic time. Some of the great ambassadors here in vintage racing. John Phippen, I know you're a Mid-Ohio staple at these vintage races, but is it fun to get to come and see the same people you see every year at the Mid-Ohio Grand Prix racing here at VIR?
Oh, absolutely, at any other track. And it's so wonderful for F4 and FR to be part of the Speed Tour events this year, and I get to see these vintage cars race at a lot of different venues, and it really puts a different spin on it. Still the usual suspects at the front, but it's always great to see these cars tackling a different racetrack.
Here we go, Jonathan.
Here we go. Scott Borchetta at the bottom of your screen, and the white and red Corvette flies into action as the green flag waves. The man who hasn't lost a race in Group 6 all season long and isn't about to start now here at VIR, but he did get a little touch in the first corner last time out. This time, the Mustang goes a little high and wide and loses ground to Borchetta, but Borchetta heads to NASCAR with a healthy lead, pulling away as he always does. But right now, Robert Corzine trying to keep him honest, trying to keep with him. And they had a good ding-dong yesterday, and I'm sure...
Nope.
Oh, the Stingray 63 goes off. That's Patrick Sessions.
And how do we know it's a 63?
Split screen.
Yeah, see, I love it. Here they
Jonathan,
come.
I have to correct you. On this side of the pond, we call it split window.
Man.
But it's close
See,
enough.
that-
It's
I know
fine.
And we have hoods, not bonnets.
You're being semantics now.
Yeah, I am.
'Cause
I
you
am,
don't
absolutely.
You do say screen.
We do.
Yeah, yes.
Yes.
And then there is, talking of that, there's that Ford Escort, but the European version that Jonathan was talking about, just that was kind of like a daily driver for everybody
Oh,
when he grew up.
absolutely, yeah. And in France, an Escort.
And look at that. So you can see his Robert Corzine's gloves there. This Mustang here, the number 200, that's Jason Sessions. And I got to give it up for Jason. Jason told me that he yelled at me today because I wasn't wearing my sunscreen, and he is a 3-time melanoma survivor. And he's doing
that's a good
next month in
sensible
Jacksonville for melanoma. So Jason
Listen to him, Ben.
Sessions. Yes, thank you. Thank you for that.
No problem.
I don't mind being yelled at. Edward Savajan, who's going to join us in the booth, yells at me every weekend about that.
Good.
Look at this. Corzine is coming up behind
Yeah.
Borchetta. I was noticing him coming out of NASCAR. Corzine has better traction. I think Borchetta's got a little bit more power, but this is of two totally different ilks of cars.
couldn't be
Ford,
good.
Chevy, modern, vintage. They're running very similar times.
Yeah, it really is a chance to see the juxtaposition between a 69 and a much more modern 2013 car. But they are absolutely matched. As we mentioned yesterday, the Corvette seems to have the grunt.
Look at this. Mustang 240Z and a Ginetta going at it. 3 cars you don't often see on track. We had another car there off track. I think that was Mark Hildebrandt in that Corvette there coming into turn 1. But look at this. Corzine
He's coming.
might have it.
Slight
He's
mistake
got
by
it.
Borchetta out of NASCAR.
Look at that. And Scott Borchetta, just like a vintage racer should, saw that he had been overtaken and didn't try to force the issue. And Scott is a patient driver. Been very impressed with his ability. And now he's going to just try to get him back.
Yeah, watch Borchetta build on the straight. This is where the Corvette really comes into its own. And I say the straight because it's the snake, and it's far from straight, but it's a long, long way to the next real corner, which is turn 10.
I've got to give a shout out to the Thomas Grudovich and that little Ginetta
Yeah.
running fourth or fifth right now amongst all these muscle cars, the 240. But that little Ginetta gets lost almost. It's so much smaller than most of these other cars.
That Mustang just looks like a tank behind it.
Yeah.
It's John Strauss in Billy Griffin's championship-winning GT car from last year in Trans Am. But Grudovich, man, And I know he's had a lot of great battles with Glenn Stevens at Mid-Ohio. And those Ginettas, I mean, that is a car almost built for the twists and turns of Mid-Ohio. There's Hildebrandt.
Oh.
Pulled off where he was told to. That's unfortunate. That's a Duntov prepared car there. And he was running 3rd place. And I don't know what happened there.
So
but
you can ask Sebastian about that one.
Yeah, doesn't seem too bad. Seems like it's in a spot where we're going to be able to keep racing. But yeah, we're in mixed group racing, like John alluded to. So Group 6 is like our big American muscle cars, 1972 or older. Group 12 is our American muscle cars and just big bore production cars from 73 or newer. And so Grudovich is really out of his class, driving out of his class. Like, to be able to keep up with that Mustang is amazing. But he is one of the greatest finesse drivers I've ever seen. So much so that Rick Parent, our old tech guy, asked me at Circuit of the Americas to put a camera in his car to make sure he wasn't doing something finicky. And we watched that thing back at the hotel, and Rick finally just said, wow, he's just a great driver.
Yeah.
He just doesn't put a wheel wrong, and I love when that happens.
Yeah, that's really good. What was he expected to find?
Maybe a 5th gear or a nitro button, I'm not sure.
Nitro button, I love it.
Yeah, there you go.
And there's your buddy right there, David Porter, the Scotch, driving that, what I call European Ford Escort. Beautiful car.
That rallied too.
Yeah, they're great rally cars. Look at him hanging that rear end out there. That is a cool car. I used to have a 91 Escort GT. It was a great car.
Well, you know what that's like then. It's a great little car, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, there's not a lot of power, there's not a lot of grip, but it's a fun drive.
I don't have the talent for power. If it's over 2 liters, I can't drive it. I had a Mustang GT as a kid, and that was just trouble.
Yep.
There's Sharon Edelman. Now look at this shot when she comes through the next turn. You've never thought a Porsche 911 looked like a big car, but behind a Ginetta, it looks like it's like juxtaposed. Here they come up through the snake. You're going to see a great shot of him. That's John Nash there. He was awarded the VIR Gold Cup trophy this weekend. Jeff, his crew member, Lorna, his wife, they had a great time. We were able to surprise John with that, with Connie here from VIR. And look at him slide that thing through.
Oh, he went a little too wide.
Commentators cursing. Oh, save it.
I'll tell you what,
Did
that
he
was
save
a
it?
hell, yeah, just.
That
was one hell of a save.
All right, so look at this Porsche behind that Ginetta. That looks huge. It looks photoshopped.
That does, doesn't it?
Come on,
it
Sharon.
doesn't look right.
Keep him behind you, Sharon. That's Sharon Edelman, one of our great families in racing. Her son, Owen, who was recently married and has a kid in Texas, races with us, a really good driver. And her husband, Graham, who isn't racing this weekend, but he's here. So that's 3 Edelmans.
Look at it go, though. Oh, that's
racing.
straight.
Yeah.
It's got some power.
And then look at that. Corvette's coming back. Yeah, that Ginetta, man, she's a good wheeler. Here we go.
Now, this is incredible. He really does go too hot into 10, then gets it squiggled up. This is the moment. Watch this. How he saved that.
Yeah,
that
all 4 wheels
easy.
off the ground. Yeah, absolutely.
John Nash, the Brit.
You can't say it's not nimble.
No. Anything not. Anything but.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now she's chasing down that BMW ahead of her down through the roller coaster.
Asdar, car that he won the Camel GT class in 1973, and sat in a barn since 74. Just brought out. It was funny, we had a Caesar Cone roast last night, and we were roasting Caesar Cone, but I roasted David Nicholas because I was eating my meal off of the trunk of his car. And because it has that 1974 patina, I said, I feel like I need a tetanus shot after eating off the back of your car, because it's not polished, I'll say, but this car is completely polished. Behind the hands of Caesar Cone, ladies and gentlemen, there is a legend in motorsports. If you can race for over 60 years, you are winning at life.
Yeah, that's a good
and
point.
He is doing really well. This is his last race. We are seeing history here.
And he does the same thing with his car number that Paul Newman used to do. 62 is his car number, which in his case is the number of years that he raced. But the late, great Paul Newman, when he ran not only vintage but in SCCA, his car number was always his age.
Wow.
And so, you'd see a 79 and think, wait, what?
Yeah. And Paul Newman was still winning races.
He was.
In the late 70s, early 80s.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. But Caesar has wheeled that Alpha at a whole lot of racetracks for a whole lot of years. And what year's the Alpha? Let's see, it's 67.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's amazing. And
Yeah.
you know what? He is the slowest talker in the world, but a fast driver.
Yeah.
He's got
Great
that
story.
thick Southern accent and talks real slow. Now, Ben, I don't know if I want you to put a camera here. And then look at how fast he's driving. You
Yeah.
know, it's just, you just wouldn't think it.
Yeah, exactly right.
And there he is. John Strauss. Nine Sessions makes the pass on the inside. Billy Griffin would be proud.
Yep, our former GT champion.
So that should move John Strauss up to third overall. He is really doing well.
And Grudovich hanging right there still in
Look at
fifth.
that,
He is not
Grudovich.
letting these big Mustangs get away from him.
No,
And they can't see him half the
Yeah,
time.
that's what it is.
He's
Exactly.
staying so close
they
to him.
don't know
that
he's there yet.
They're like, there was a white car behind me, and they almost have to make a turn to know if he's still there or not.
And Grudovich leading Group 8, of course. In fairness, you know, it is a completely different race classification, and he's leading Group 8 pretty comfortably, actually.
Ah, Hervey Park now. There's a proper car.
Thanks for reminding me. So we'll go through that, John. So Robert Corzin is leading overall, but leading in Group 12. Scott Borchetta is leading in Group 6. Grudovich is leading in Group 8. In second is Jason Sessions in Group 6. And in third in Group 6 is Chris Fennell. And in second in Group 12 is John Strauss. Third in Group 12 is Scott Kissinger. And then in Group 8, it goes from Grudovich, from my scoring, to David Porter in that Escort, to John Nash in that Lotus 7 that we saw fly a little bit here between 10 and 11. There he is, John Nash. And look at Sharon Edelman, man. I love that SVRA Royal Blue Janetta. You know, nothing against Grudovich's Janetta. I think I like that, but for some reason, I usually like the Roadsters, but for some reason, I like the hardtop and the Janetta.
Coupe is nice, yeah, no question.
Yeah, it really is. It's a pretty thing, isn't it? It's tiny, but it's very little pretty car. You wouldn't be intimidated to get in that and race it.
What's happening back here? There's our 63 Chevrolet Corvette that had a little bit of an off. And then here comes our leader, Corzin, with Borchetta pretty far behind him.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if Borchetta's going to be able to make this group.
I think the win streak may be coming to an end here.
Oh, no.
But he will still have his first place in Group 6. He's
Yeah,
not
that's
really
a good point.
racing
Yeah.
Corzin. Let's you know, I know Scott wants to win overall in every race that he's in. We could be racing shopping carts and he'd want to win everything. It doesn't matter. But you know, he's also a very tactical racer, and I'm sure Dylan said, "Hey man, don't hurt your car. You're not racing that guy." So there he is, and then there's Scott Birkland, our Group 8 champion for the last 2 years, being followed closely by Glenn Maurer. Let's see if Glenn can take him here in that Alfa Romeo. That is a really cool car, that Alfa Romeo.
I like the line he took to give him the drive.
Yeah.
That was
Look
nice.
at that. Now he's going to have a better exit speed coming out of there. Birkland doing what he should. Now he's going to duck right behind him. I don't think he's got the power that Birkland does. But that's some good driving there by Glenn Maurer, who, this is a funny story, John. We were doing the Music City Grand Prix, the Big Machine Music City Grand Prix in Nashville. And somebody from Trans Am called in a panic, like, we don't have a pace car driver. And I knew Glenn had bought tickets and was camping in Nashville, so I called him and said, hey, can you be our pace car driver for the weekend? And gladly, he was ecstatic.
Sure.
And drove the pace car for the Big Machine Music City Grand Prix in Nashville. And had
Wow, what a
great time.
venue to do it.
Yeah, no kidding.
And he bought really nice VIP seats, but he's like, man, that was a pretty good seat, too.
Exactly right.
Here he's, and his two sons are racing with us this weekend, Chase and Logan. It is a family affair, and funny enough, Glenn owns a circle track company, and Glenn, I forget the name of it, but I think it's funny that he's out here road racing when he owns a company that provides parts and services for circle track cars.
Scott Birkland has raced that Porsche for a lot of years, too. I don't know exactly how many, but that's a very familiar livery. That 06 car is a staple at vintage racing for a number of years, I think.
Yeah, and it's odd to not see him at one of our events. He's one of those staples with SVRA, but I know he was an IMSA driver back in the day. But here we come back to the leader, Robert Corzin. I think it's those Dayglow gloves that make you faster.
And he's running out of laps in terms of winning this race, because I think when he comes round, he'll have one more lap to go.
So watch his hands there. See the Dayglow orange gloves? You can really see him working it. He's smooth.
He's
doing
smooth.
one corner, one turn there through Oak Tree, and that will gain you time. It's a beautiful car.
Yeah, every steering correction scrubs off a little speed. He's about to put a lap on Caesar Cone here,
which should be expected.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
after 9 laps at VIR with those two different cars, a 62, is it a 64, and a more modern Mustang with a lot more power. And now, we were explaining in vintage racing, it's up to the passing car to make a clean pass. It's up to the driver that knows he's about to be passed, or she is about to be passed, to just run the same line, to do everything predictable.
Yep.
And now it's up to Scott Borchetta here in that big machine Chevy Corvette to make a good, clean pass on Caesar Cone. And a lot of times somebody a point, and that point means not where I'm going. That means I want you to pass me on this side where I'm pointing.
Exactly right. Yeah, that's something they teach you in Road Racing School 101, you know, is how to be overtaken as well as do the overtaking.
Yeah. Just as important, to be honest.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Especially when you're slow like me. I do a lot of pointing.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, especially when you don't want to be hit like me. I can get the blame.
There he is, man. Strauss.
Third place.
Holding it down, Strauss. I love it. Can't miss that car.
No.
It's not one that they can come to Alex, our race director, and say, I didn't see him in the mirror.
You can't miss Corzine either.
Yeah.
Those two big Group 12 contemporary, much more contemporary Mustangs, showing their heels to some of these older machinery, but they're different classes. That's one of the blessings of vintage racing, is you get to see multiple classes running at the same time. Cars with different strengths, you know, the nimble light Group 8 cars, you know, a little quicker through the corners perhaps, and the big muscle cars have a little more grunt down the straightaway. So horses for courses.
And the beautiful thing about vintage racing, talking to people, is in other forms of racing, you race, let's say you race spec Miata, but then Mazda releases a new Miata and all of a sudden your car is almost obsoleted because of the technology. In vintage racing, you can basically build the car. If you build it to the rules the first time, you shouldn't have to build it again. It will never be obsoleted. You're going to be able to run in this group. You don't have to worry about the new big machinery coming in, because as we progress, we're going to make classes for the next generation of cars that come through. So as we're seeing now in like vintage, sounds funny, but you know, 1989 was the first Miata.
Right.
And we've got a great field of vintage Miatas now. Here's the treacherous turn 10. Just to your right, you can see the Sniffler throwing up that blue flag just as he should. This seems to be the battle, the Mustang and the 240. Jason Sessions, Scott Kissinger there.
Yeah, this is
third
good.
and fourth, yeah.
Especially as we're getting down to the nitty-gritty now. Oh, a slight mistake by the 204. The 202 is coming.
All right, now let's see what Borchetta. It looks like Borchetta's like, I'm going to win Group 6. I'm not going to put a wheel wrong, and I'm going to keep my streak alive.
Yeah.
But he's sliding that
I was
thing.
going to say, he's still pushing on.
Because he's doing R&D. He's going to be out in the TA2 race here later. So he's putting as much time on the track as he can. You'll notice that sometimes he'll do some experiments on the track, see where the grip is. So he's just really trying to learn everything he can to be able to use that. And an old American muscle car like that probably handles more like a TA2 machine than this car here we're seeing Corzine.
Good point.
In that more modern Mustang, because Corzine might have some power and driver assist where a TA2 machine doesn't, more like a Corvette like that. But here is our leader. Congratulations, Robert Corzine. You got about a half a lap to bring that thing home.
Yeah, it's been an easy run. He took the lead. Obviously Borchetta got
I don't think
start.
Robert would say that was an easy run.
No, maybe not. But he passed Borchetta early on, and there's the gap you see between first and second. Borchetta leading into the first corner, but it wasn't long before Corzine was there right behind Scott as he was yesterday, but this time he gets the advantage. And as they head down towards the checkered flag, it's been a good run. Ben's going to head down and get his camera sorted out. We'll be turning our attention to, of course, Formula Regional, which is the single-seaters. John Phippen will be involved in that again. And it's been a good weekend of racing. We've had some stop-start in Formula 4, but we've had some good races as well. Checkered flag coming out. let's just get him through. And there it is. Corzan wins then. John Nash just going through shot. And Borchetta will take second place. John Strauss will take third. And Jason Sessions fourth. But it's been a good weekend of racing, as I was about to say.
No question. And again, it's so a pleasure for me to have the opportunity to see these vintage cars racing, as well as
Sure.
the more contemporary single-seaters that I call on a weekly basis, it seems. But yeah, it's great to see these vintage cars out here. Puts a warm spot in my heart because I'm kind of a vintage guy myself. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. I didn't know how much I loved watching vintage racing until you're part of it. You don't really kind of necessarily think. And I had my mind blown when I was very privileged to do the Monaco story.
Yeah.
And obviously just being there above the Rascas and the commentary booth is enough. But then to see these cars that went from literally the mid-30s all the way through to the modern car, and have guys like John Alesi and Matthew Brabham et al, as it were, Eddie Irvine, it was great. So I just fell in love with it at that point. And then getting to know people like Scott Borchetta and his passion, seeing his collection for cars, and that's not a good sight. He's very slow through there. I wonder what is going on here. Is there a problem?
Yeah, looks like he might be taking the shortcut there. Maybe he misjudged his fuel.
Possibly, yeah.
Had just enough to get across the line. There's Caesar Cohn in the background. We'll give one more salute to him as Ben is headed down to the podium. There'll be a special presentation to honor Caesar after his 62-year racing career, much of it here in vintage racing. And Caesar, we'll miss you. Hopefully you can pass that car on to somebody who can keep the legacy alive.
Congratulations. Yeah, what an amazing achievement, to be honest.
Absolutely. Started here at VIR 62 years ago, finishing up here at the same place. A great legacy.
Yeah, no question about it. And as you say, if he's always shown up in that car, then that's another side of it too.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's going to be an emotional moment. Got to be.
Yeah, for sure.
So just a confirmation of the results then from Group 6, 8, and 12. Robert Corzan with wins ahead of Scott Borchetta, swapping around from yesterday. John Strauss takes third place. Jason Sessions is fourth. Scott Kissinger fifth in the Datsun 240. And then Thomas Grudovich in sixth. Rennie Tricilla in seventh. David Porter in eighth. John Nash ninth. And Chris Fennell in 10th position in the Chevrolet Corvette. So we go back to single-seaters and our two big races of the day coming up. We've got the FR Regional Championship and, of course, the TA2 finale with a championship on the line. But as the sun continues to shine here in wonderful VIR, we'll take a short break. We'll be back with the lead-up to FR Americas after this. Stay with us.
Smash it!
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
As the drivers flash across start-finish at VIR, they come to the best overtaking opportunity, the horseshoe. The little kink at 2, then NASCAR, left hook, into the snake. Then every driver's favorite section, the climbing S's, leading into the iconic Oak Tree Bend. The long back straightaway provides another passing opportunity into roller coaster, steeply downhill, then into hog pen, and back onto the pit straightaway. That's the 3.27-mile, 18-turn lap at Virginia International Raceway. The FR cars will do it in about 1:44 seconds.
And great description by my good friend John Phippen there, who joins us once again for the Formula Regional Americas Race 3, their finale of the weekend. We've had some great stories in FR Regional this weekend, including Ernie Francis Jr. winning his second FR race, and also keeping an eye on Josh Carr, who's had an up and down weekend, but he's always in the fight.
I must say these are unofficial because the race results from the previous two races today have not been declared official yet, as the stewards still have some review to do. But assuming there's no changes, Kyffin Simpson could clinch the championship at the end of the day today. But Josh Carr is going to start on the pole, and he's going to do everything possible to make that not happen. Got a great view of the Andy Scriven Memorial logo that is on each one of these cars. Andy, the designer of the F4 car and much of the design of this car prior to his untimely passing back in 2017. We started this series in 2018, so the car was well along at the time Andy unfortunately met his end. But we honor him here at VIR because it's the home base in Denver, North Carolina, where Ligier North America builds these beautiful race cars.
A Kiwi in a Kiwi car.
Absolutely. That would be Ryan Yardley in the 78 car out of Christchurch, New Zealand, for Kiwi Motorsport, sponsored by Helmet House.
And what a story Kiwi Motorsport have had, not just with New Zealand drivers, but with everybody that's raced in this American champion with them. I got to know them down in New Zealand when they raced in the Toyota Racing Series, which Ryan Yardley raced in as well. But a really successful team, well, the most successful team here in America. Tina Larson and Gary Orton, fantastic stuff. And there's another member of the squad. You can see the Kiwi Motorsport on the helmet.
Absolutely. And Joshua and Dylan Tavella for the Crosslink competition team. Kiwi and Crosslink have had a partnership, but in the FR series, they do run two totally separate operations. And the Kiwi Motorsports drivers coming to the fore here this weekend. As we said, Ryan Yardley right out of the box, by his own admission, a bit out of practice because he hasn't raced in single-seaters for a couple of years. But obviously, it's like riding a bike. You don't forget it too much. As, he has already been on the box twice here this weekend.
We're getting the animals, aren't we? JT Motorsport with the Australians with the kangaroo, and then we've got the Kiwis from New Zealand. It's a really eclectic and international bunch. There's Jordan Missick, already a winner this weekend.
Finished on the podium yesterday. Was hoping to make it back-to-back wins, but the race just didn't come his way. But we had Jordan in the commentary booth with us on Saturday, and it was great to see him have some success on earlier in the day on Saturday as well. Ernie Francis Jr., of course. There's the 14 car, the teammate of Joshua Carr, the 2019 F4 U.S. champion, who is currently second in the points. And as it runs right now, the only driver who could deny Kyffin Simpson the championship. But he would have to pretty much win out, and Kyffin would have to score no points, basically, for that to happen. So it's possible for Kyffin to clinch today. If he doesn't, we'll take it on to COTA and perhaps get it done there. But Joshua Carr, who finished 6th in the championship a year ago, certainly has to be pleased that he's going to be second in the championship by all likelihood. And hopefully we'll have him back next year to try to defend his championship. Kyffin, of course, if he does clinch the championship, will have the opportunity, thanks to Honda Tokyo as well as Honda North America, to travel over to Japan and compete in the very competitive Super Formula Series in Japan, also Honda powered, as it turns out.
And let's just talk about that for a second. Yuki Tsunoda, I mean, all of these guys that have come from Japan through the ranks at Japan, and Yuki may well not have done the Super Formula, but he certainly on the way up was one of the Japanese drivers that everybody was talking about. And so you've got the cream of the crop of Japanese racing, who all come through Formula 3 and then go into Super Formula, possibly GT. GT. And looking back, even Richard Lyons, who was a former champion in Formula Nippon, as it used to be known. But that is, without doubt, it's an unknown because the Japanese kind of keep to themselves. But it's, I wouldn't say an unknown championship, but it's one of the big secrets of motor racing. But in more recent times, it's the circuit that the likes of Alex Palau and Pato O'Ward have all raced in. Pierre Gasly got his start in that.
Exactly right, and Alex Palou possibly in a position to clinch the IndyCar championship here this weekend out at Long Beach. That race will be kicking. So, that certainly bodes a good indication for the fact that Super Formula competition over in Japan is a great grooming ground for drivers on their way up.
And that scholarship, that scholarship's worth about $600,000.
Yeah, it's not insignificant.
That's a big prize.
Yeah, absolutely. The 1 minute board's up on the field. We've got 13 cars about ready to head out behind the Honda Civic Type R safety car. And as we mentioned, that is significant because the power plant in that Honda Civic Type R is the power plant in the back of each of these cars. And in fact, it is in just about street tune in the Formula Regional Americas machines. They run with the turbocharger, and it makes, in race trim, about 303 horsepower. And the street car, virtually identical power output. So it's an engine obviously built for some longevity, but also has a great performance envelope. And in these very lightweight formula cars, they can get around this track pretty handily. The track record set here a year ago by Linus Lundqvist, the eventual champion of Formula Regional Americas, a 143.477. And I think in watching the vintage competition, the only cars quicker that Judd DP01 that we saw in a race just a couple races ago was one of the only cars on the vintage side that is faster than these Formula Regional Americas machines. As you can see, the safety car is rolling away with the field in tow, so let's introduce them. Starting from the pit lane because of a infraction in the previous race, the stewards have asked this driver to start from the pit lane, is car number 11. That's Arias Dukmajian out of Merritt Island, Florida. He runs for Velocity Racing Development. In row number 6 on the outside, you with us here this weekend, the number 24 of Kevin Jansen. He makes his home in Boca Raton, Florida, but the team he drives for, Wisco, is sponsored right here at VIR. They're a Radical dealer. Next to him will be the 17 of the Frenchman Baptiste Berthelot from Reims, France for TJ Speed Motorsport. Nick Pershing will start outside of row 5 in the 29 car out of Morgan Hill, California, near San Francisco. He also drives for Velocity Racing Development. Car number 99, Logan Cuson, in car number 99 out of Port Hope, Ontario, Canada, sponsored by Echelon Capital Markets, Peerage Capital, and Dickinson Wright. He is also a driver from the TJ Speed Motorsports stable. Dylan Tavella, as we mentioned, in the 14 car out of Massapequa, New York, outside in row 4, sponsored by Crosslink Coatings for Crosslink competition. Jordan Missig will start alongside him in the 48 car out of Shanahan, Illinois. He's sponsored by the Audubon Country Club and is the only Newman Walks racing car in the field. Varun Choksi will start outside of row 3 in car 19. He's from Alpharetta, Georgia. ADR and Melon Seed sponsor his machine for TJ Speed Motorsports. And next to him will be Cooper Becklin in the 91 car from Westland, Oregon, sponsored by the Helmet House for Kiwi Motorsport. Cooper, a karter of some repute, as well as a driver who has had some experience in the West Coast F4 Championship and has been successful there. So he comes with some good bona fides. He'll start 5th. Moving up into row 2, on the outside, we talked a little bit about Ryan Yardley in the 78 from Christchurch, New Zealand. A Kiwi Motorsport driver. And we've got the 29 off track. That's Nick Pershing. This has been a day of strange happenings, shall we say. We had such good and clean racing yesterday, and today, especially for the F4 race this morning, we just had all sorts of incidents, very uncharacteristic.
As John Lennon would say, most peculiar.
Most peculiar.
Strange days indeed.
Nick Pershing in the VRD number 29 has spun it on the formation lap. He will have to start from the back if he's able to get restarted under his own power. If he's not able to get restarted, we may have to go one extra formation lap. Anyway, getting back to the driver introductions. Starting 3rd is the points leader. That's Kiffin Simpson out of the Grand Cayman Islands. He's sponsored by the Simpson Race Products GoPro and Spy Optic. As we'll see, he's just warming his tires and just went a little too crazy And some very famous drivers have done
yes,
that exact
to be fair,
thing.
Yeah. And even at Formula One level.
Yeah, exactly right. It is not an uncommon mistake to make, warming those tires a little over-exuberantly, and unfortunately, Nick Pershing got caught out. Kiffin Simpson, as we mentioned, is the points leader. Simpson Race Products, GoPro, and Spy Optics sponsor him for TJ Speed Motorsports. On the front row, a winner yesterday, and was running in second in the Trans Am race prior to his car letting him down, Ernie Francis Jr. in the 98 out of Southwest Ranches, Florida for Future Star Racing and the Wings and Wheels Foundation. Ernie, of course, the recipient of the PMH Powering Diversity Scholarship for the Formula Regional Americas race. And our pole sitter, the man who is second in the points, the 2019 F4 U.S. champion, Joshua Carr out of Sydney, Australia, sponsored by Crosslink Coatings for Crosslink Competition. Josh's job is to keep Kiffin Simpson behind him and hope for the best. The safety car has pulled in, so we're going to line them up, as apparently Nick Pershing has been able to get that car refired. And they'll line up here on the front straightaway. Again, we use a Formula One start. You can see a couple marshals there in the first two grid positions to align the front two drivers, Josh Carr and Ernie Francis Jr. In this case, Josh on the inside of the track there because the first turn is a right-hander.
I'm looking forward to this because Josh Carr knows what he's doing in an FR car. Ernie is getting better and better and knows this track better than anybody.
Exactly right. And Ernie obviously will be looking forward to a good race here because he's coming off a win.
That's Arias Duke Machen in the pit lane there, just
yep,
in front of our commentary booth. Away we go.
The rev's coming up. 4 lights, now 5. And we're away. Ernie Francis gets a good jump.
What a start from Ernie Francis Jr. straight into the lead. And I don't think that, Josh Carr's going to try around the outside, but I don't think there's anybody stopping Ernie into turn 1.
Ryan Yardley also got a great start. He is right there in third spot as they work their way through the horseshoe for the first time. But Ernie Francis Jr. getting the jump on Josh Carr as they work their way into NASCAR for the first time.
I really want to see, after the disappointment of his Trans Am run, Ernie give us his best shot here because this is his penultimate round of the series, and if he could win a couple more races, wow, what that would do for his career and potentially his future.
Yeah, absolutely right. Ernie was very effusive in his praise of the team on the podium yesterday because he qualified in 8th position in yesterday's race and came through to take the win, and he said the car was just dialed in. He says as good as it's ever been under his hands, so that's a great Francis, and it looks like they've carried that over into this afternoon's race as well. Josh Carr, Ryan Yardley right there, Kiffin Simpson in the 4th spot as they negotiate the Oak Tree Bend and begin the long run down the back straightaway. Someone slowing here. I can't tell from this angle the number of that car, but someone definitely off the pace.
Yeah, definitely slowing right down, and either they'll try to sort of tiptoe back to the pits, or just it'll pull off onto the grass and try and put itself into a safe spot.
Yeah, exactly. There are some orange cutouts on the guardrail around the track where the drivers are encouraged to put the car if they can so that we can avoid having to bring out a safety car to tow a car out of harm's way. But Ernie Francis Jr. is going to lead this lap comfortably over Joshua Carr.
Yeah, that flying lap, a 1:49.061 by Ernie. That's pretty quick from a standing start.
Absolutely. Josh Carr just about the same pace of 49.3, but Francis Jr. holding the early fastest lap of the race. Josh, Ryan Yardley looking racy. He's going to try to have a little bit of a go on Josh Carr, the New Zealander and the Aussie. Probably no love lost between them.
Well, and as you know, Ryan Yardley's raced in Australia, the great rivalry there, and I love the fact that it's America, Australia, and New Zealand all in the way we should have Formula Regional, just what we wanted.
And a Grand Caymaner in 4th spot.
Yeah.
So not all bad. 4 different nationalities in the top 4 positions.
And we could be looking at our first Grand Cayman's champion.
Absolutely.
Single-seaters,
yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
I think
Stick my neck out there.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. Good shot of Ryan Yardley. Kiffin Simpson keeping the pressure on. Kiffin has really impressed me this weekend. He hasn't had a win in a while. He won 5 of the first 6 races, and he, a long run of podium finishes, but he realizes what a commanding points lead he has coming into these final 2 rounds of the season, and he's been very intelligent with his racecraft. He's not put his nose in anywhere it doesn't belong,
Sure.
and he's taken what the race has given him, realizing that as long as he doesn't make a big mistake, he's pretty much got the championship in hand.
Yeah, and Kiffin Simpson came onto my radar a couple of years ago when he did the Florida Winter Series, the
Yep.
Academy, and really he had a brilliant run there, and everybody said, "Watch out for this kid." And of course, here he is, and the truth has come out.
Yeah, it's true. He has certainly put this paddock on notice that he is going to be a factor to be reckoned with. Like I say, being so dominant in the first 2 rounds of racing. As we see the single file parade down into the horseshoe right now. Nobody making any moves at this early stage. These races 35 minutes long, so we've got plenty of time left for this one to evolve. The other thing is the final race of the weekend, there's always an issue about tire management. They only have 2 sets of Hankook slicks to use for the entire weekend, starting in the qualifying session on Friday all the way through the 3 races that they have to contest. And so they can use those 2 sets however they wish, but basically everybody's on kind of marginal tires at this point. They've got some used rubber under them, and these Hankook tires have good staying power, but obviously they do lose a little grip as they get older. So that's going to be a factor. Who has looked after their tires all weekend long to have something under them for this final race of the day?
You know, and here's a bit of trivia for you, but the top 6 all within a 1/10 of a second each other on that last lap, and 7th place Jordan Missig faster than any in the top 6. That's how competitive this race is, when the guy in 7th place is running quicker than the top 6 and nothing in between the top 6.
Well, you can see the majority of the field right here, and no one is getting away. I
Nope.
mean, they are all line astern, within a half a second of each other, 0.2 of a second in one case. So, these cars are absolutely identical. They are very evenly matched. There's no, one of the hallmarks of this series and the F4 series as well is that the cars are very rigidly maintained so that no one can throw a lot of money at one of these cars and go faster. You can't bolt on, unobtainium special suspension pieces to make your version a little quicker than the competition's. Everybody has the same platform to work on. So it's really down to the skill of the engineers and, of course, the skill of the driver. The engineer to dial the car into its maximum potential and the driver to extract the most from it. Down into the horseshoe once again. There's the 14 car of Dylan Tavella, currently running in 6th spot. He's the teammate of Joshua Carr from the Crosslink competition stable. Dylan, a winner already this year at Road America, and finished on the podium in the first race here this weekend in 2nd position. So looking for a good result here in this final race. You kind of get the feeling that, especially at the front, they're kind of feeling one another out right now, and it's kind of a waiting game with 30 minutes left to go. They're waiting to see how the track is going to evolve and how the tire wear is going to evolve. As Tavella having to be a little defensive with Logan Cuson right on his rear wing. So Tavella in 6th, Logan Cuson in the 99 car right behind him. Jordan Missig, I believe, has dropped back 1 spot. There's Missig in the 48, and I believe he's now running back in 8th. As Cuson has gotten around it, and Cuson makes a dive into Oak Tree. That was a close one, but Tavella gave him enough racing room so that they didn't come together.
I agree with you. I think I just looked at the times again, 46, high 46s in that last lap, so they've upped the pace from the 47s they were on before, but everybody is line astern and doing the same pace, but nobody, you can see that there's no out-of-control movements, and it's just one of those races where they haven't pulled the pin just yet.
Yeah, exactly right. Arias Dukmajian, who had to start from the pit lane, has worked his way up to 10th, so he's in the points, and he just set fast lap of the race. Dukmajian started this season racing with us in the F4 U.S. Championship, but has moved over to take over the car of Hunter Yaney from the Velocity Racing Development Stable. So he's in Hunter Yaney's number 11 car for this round, and I don't know if we'll see him at COTA or not, but Arias doing a great job taking the step up to the much more capable car. There is a shot of Arias in the number 11. Oh. Big lockup as he's a little over-exuberant coming into the horseshoe, but he got it sorted before he had to make the turn in. He's probably going to have a little vibration in that steering wheel the rest of the way, as he's got a nice flat spot on that Hankook slick.
A few blisters on his hands when he gets out.
Exactly right. Ernie Francis beginning to stretch it a little bit now. It was just about 0.3 of a second at the line as Josh Carr having a little trouble keeping up. This may be the battle to watch. The 19 of Varun Choksi right on the back of his teammate, Kiffin Simpson. Now again, team orders in play here. Varun not in the championship fight. He is currently 5th in the championship, but it's out of reach for him to surpass his team. Bill is only a single point behind Ernie Francis Jr., and he could move up a spot in the standings. The top 7 drivers all earn super license points against their potentially eventual Formula One race license. But
yeah, just to explain something, and I think to put the context of what we were saying about the Honda Championship, is you can earn, if you win the championship, you can earn 18 super license points.
Yep.
If you win the Super Formula, then you can get 25 points.
Yep.
And if you do that back-to-back seasons, pretty much, you've got over enough, 43, to be able to go into Formula One. You are then eligible to race in Formula One. That's how close these guys are to the big time.
You can earn a Formula One license, absolutely. That doesn't mean that it's automatic by any stretch of the imagination. But you have made up all of the FIA qualifications to sit in a Formula One car on a Friday practice or whatever the case might be.
There's not many drivers out there, and it's a handful. I really mean that. Outside of those who've already got a job in Formula One.
Yep.
Yeah, we're talking about 20 or 30 drivers maybe eligible in the world.
Yeah, exactly. Ernie Francis beginning to stretch it away just ever so slightly, eking out a little more advantage with each passing lap. As Duke Majin, I believe, or that might be Nick Pershing, I didn't see just as he flashed out on my screen. Nick Pershing also in the Velocity colors in that 29 car.
Kiffin Simpson put in his quickest lap last time out in 4th place. There's the 11 back on track and keeping going.
Yeah, so that must be the 29 of Nick Pershing, who is about to be put a lap down by the field. He's the one who spun on the formation lap. Baptiste Berthelot right behind Jordan Missig. Berthelot, the Frenchman, running in 9th right now. Missig in 8th spot. Just hasn't been able to recover that magic that he had in the first race of the weekend, where he got a dynamite start away from the line and was able to just stretch his advantage up to almost 7 seconds at one point. It would look like a real cakewalk, and for whatever reason, he hasn't been able to recapture that magic in the other 2 races. He did come home well inside the points on the podium, as a matter of fact, in race number 2, but right now Jordan finds himself back in 8th.
This is a fascinating race. Ernie starting to pull the wick a bit. He just did a 46.2, and everybody else pretty much the same pace, but he's just bit by bit eking out of time. Ryan Yardley's putting a lot of pressure on Josh Carr at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. And right behind Yardley is Kiffin Simpson, the points leader, with Varun Choksi joining that battle. As those 3 cars for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th really running the closest together right now. It's about 0.4 of a second back to Choksi at the line.
Simpson having a look.
Yep. Logan Cuson running right behind Choksi, just set fast lap of the race. So the fastest lap of the race has been a lot of different drivers here so far.
Yeah, you always expect the leaders to set the fastest lap. Not always the case here. But that's how close it is.
Yeah, exactly right. And we're talking about just a few tenths making the difference. Everybody's lapping in the mid-146s right now.
Well, and it also proves why we talked about how the rarefied air. Oh no! Off goes Ryan Yardley. A rare mistake, the first mistake of the weekend for the 78 Kiwi. Well, they say Kiwis can't fly. They just did.
Yep, and he's going to drop all the way back behind. Actually, he's going to get Baptiste Berthelot, who he forced a little bit wide there as Yardley.
Unintentionally, but
yep.
It is what it is.
Yeah, so that'll drop him into 8th position right now is Yardley, and that'll move Simpson up to a podium spot.
Yeah, that's important, and Josh Carr knows that too. That's the last thing Josh needed, was the pressure of Simpson behind him. Having 1 car between them was nice for Josh Carr, but now he's got the champion-elect right behind him.
Yep, and as we said, if the champion-elect is able to get around Josh and finish in 2nd spot, the championship is over. It's been clinched.
So up to you, Josh. You want to keep running? Tavella's in, and the back of the engine is off.
Yeah, they're having a look at the suspension. They're not looking at the power plant so much, but at the gearbox or the suspension. These cars all run a Sadev sequential shift gearbox, 6-speed gearbox, paddle shifters, of course. And they're looking in that area.
Let's take a look at that little bit of action, yeah. And here it is. Ryan Yardley coming out of 10. Just gets a wiggle on, but by then it's too late. And that's all it takes, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking to Jordan. He was saying that on fresh tires, these climbing S's are absolutely flat. They can just, mat the throttle, and he says you feel like a superstar driving a Formula One car, making it through the climbing S's. But as the tires get a little age on them, they don't have quite the same peak grip, and that might have caught Ryan Yardley out just a tad there. Good battle for
really
fifth.
good.
Logan Cuson, Jordan Missig, Ryan Yardley recovering. As we can see, the 19 car of Varun Choksi in fourth. Right behind him, Logan Cuson, and then Jordan Missig. So for fourth, fifth, and sixth as the top three
Somebody's
stretching it out
squealing
just
tires.
a bit.
I've just heard an off.
Yep. That was Baptiste Berthelot as he went around there at Oak Tree. But no harm, no foul. He'll catch up to the back of the pack.
Well, this has got plenty of drama, and there's plenty more to come. So Josh Carr trying to keep the championship alive, holding off Simpson. Meanwhile, Ernie Francis Jr. looking for back-to-back wins, which would be incredible in a man who's basically racing in another championship. In fact, he's raced in 2 complete championships this year, none of them to do with single-seaters. This is his first time in single-seaters as a rookie and as a future racing star. Being helped by Al Unser Jr., not a bad guy to help you out. 2-time Indy 500 winner and multiple champion in Indy and race winner, and of course a member of that multifaceted Unser family.
Another shot of Dylan Tavella's car. They've got the engine cover back on the car, but don't seem to be any hurry to send him back out. I have a feeling their race has been run. Ernie Francis Jr. just set a personal best at a 45.9. The time's beginning to get a little quicker. You would think, well, the cars ought to slow down as they continue in the race. Actually, the weight of the fuel is a significant percentage of the weight of the car. So as they burn the fuel off, the cars get a little lighter and a little more nimble. It's not at all uncommon to see the fastest laps turned at the end of the race. Just the way you see it in the same Formula One, same thing.
Yeah.
Even though we don't do tire changes in this race.
No, but lighter fuel and obviously, getting bedded in, you also get more confidence as you get into the zone, and it's a combination, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it looked like we had a car going chip. The second place runner, Josh Carr, they're coming up to lap. I believe that would be Nick Pershing that they're coming up behind. You can see him well out in front, but looks like they're going to catch up to him.
Fastest lap of the race so far, Ernie Francis Jr., 45.9, so dipping into the 45s. Pretty impressive.
Mateus Solero Bell holds the race lap record set here 2 years ago at a 144.015. We haven't seen anybody challenge that just yet. So we concentrate on Logan Cuson, currently running in the 5th spot. Varun Choksi out in front. Those two teammates from the TJ Speed stable.
Yeah, it's been a good first season for TJ Motorsport.
Yeah, absolutely. They came in and this is their first season as a team. They're a bit of a juggernaut, actually, with 4 cars in the championship, and have done extraordinarily well as they've got the man at the top of the points, and Varun and Logan are currently 5th and 6th in the points as they won right now. So it's been a great effort for Tim Neff and the TJ Speed crew. Yeah, Ernie Francis continuing to stretch his lead. It's up over a second now. Josh Carr and Kiffin Simpson duking it out for second and third.
This is where Ernie's got to be careful. He's got to dispense with the traffic, but why am I saying that? He races Trans Am. He knows what to do.
Yeah, he's usually so far out in front, he's used to lapping back markers in the Trans Am car, no question. Yeah, he's had such a snake bit season in Trans Am this year. He's had the pace at every round, as he always has. You can't be a 7-time champion without being fast enough.
Somebody's again going slowly. Same spot.
Yeah. Pershing letting the field by.
I see. Yeah.
Just a question. Not sure.
It looked like a VRD
VRD car.
Yeah.
Has the very characteristic gray livery of the VRD machines. And there's Ernie by himself. So I think that's exactly the case. I think Nick may have just backed off, knowing that he was already a lap down to let the field go by, or that he was going a lap down to let the field go by. Ernie is in cruise control mode here.
Yeah.
I think he's got that car exactly where he wants it. The team has given him a good race car, and everybody else is going to have to pick up what's left as Josh Carr and Kiffin Simpson still run close together, and then a bit of a gap now, back about a second or so. Simpson having a little sniff as they head into the horseshoe, thinking about trying to get that outside line, which then would be the inside line for NASCAR. But Josh Carr doing a good job of making that car just as wide as he can.
Simpson wants it bad, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He is just really trying to go for it. I think he feels he's got a little advantage here.
Yeah, he's definitely frustrated. You can see in the body language of the car the way he's putting it in places that he's trying to just give himself enough of a run.
And Josh, of course, using his experience. This is Kiffin's first season in Formula Regional Americas. And Josh, of course, competed. Oh, that was close between Choxy and Cuson. Choxy holding on to that position, but Cuson had the nose of that car just about chopped off by his teammate. And there's Jordan Missick right behind him. That's a great three-way battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Ooh, mistake there by the 19, and bang comes Cuson. Now he'll sit behind him, but he's got the drive here, surely. When you make a mistake like that at Oak Tree, you lose drive, and he's definitely got a chance down that back straight.
The most important turn on any racetrack is the one leading on to the longest straightaway, and that's the case at Oak Tree, and you can see that has really opened the door. Now we've got a bid for second, as it looks like Kiffin Simpson is making a lunge there on Josh Carr. I think Josh has been able to hold him off. He has. But
this is good.
Oh yeah, Simpson is wanting to put this championship to rest right here, right now. I think he knows the math just as well as the rest of us does, and if he can find his way around Josh, or God forbid, if something were to befall Ernie Francis, like I say, all he has to do is finish second or better.
I mean,
and the championship is his.
People might look at this and go, why risk everything, you know? You've got the championship, you're that far away. But the truth is, like you say, why give Josh another chance at another track on another day in any weather where you don't even know might happen? There's a lot can go, the pressure can build. Get it done as soon as you can, then you can go unfettered to COTA. So I get why he's pushing so hard.
Kudos to our guest commentator, Jordan Messick, as he has found his way around Logan Cuson to work his way up into the top 5. But that battle for second is a dandy, and you consider the championship ramifications. There's second and first in the championship running together, and if they swap orders, it's done. And Josh knows that just as well as Kiffin does.
You know, I am in gobsmacked by the way Ernie Francis Jr. is driving, and I'm now convinced of his future potential to be in any car, anywhere around the world, because when he started this campaign, a lot of us in Trans Am were like, I hope it goes well for Ernie because we all love him so much. But he had no karting experience. He had no single-seater experience. He'd never really driven in anger in any form of single-seater or kart, whereas all these guys are the very best from around the world and have been doing it since they were 4. Ernie hasn't had that. He hasn't had that silver spoon of money to go and do that. And, you know, so we were worried for him, and we didn't want him to be embarrassed because he's a great 7-time champion in our series. But look at him go. This is really, really impressive. Josh Carr sideways then.
And there's the pass that may settle the championship right there. Kiffin Simpson has found a way around Joshua Carr, and now all he has to do is maintain that position. Josh looks to be a little squirrelier. I think that maybe the tires are beginning to go away. And he's just not able to maintain that same pace. In fact, here comes the 19 right behind him. Choxy is going to try to make a move on Josh Carr as well, and he gets that done. Josh is not going the right direction. There's Jordan Missick right behind them. Excuse me, that's Logan Cuson right behind them to try to move up as well.
And you might, in the last 30 seconds, have seen the whole championship won and lost.
Absolutely. And again, the results we're giving you and the prognostications we're giving you are unofficial.
Of course.
But assuming that that nothing untoward happens in the stewards' room, this could well be the clinching event of this championship, as Josh Carr has gone from second all the way back to 4th.
Wow, I want to go to Japan and watch Kiffin race if that's the case.
Absolutely. Yeah, this kid has got a bright future ahead of him, no question. And, you know, you were talking about Ernie Francis. I don't want to take anything away from him as we've been talking about the championship ramifications of this battle for second. But you talk about Ernie Francis, and, you know, he's won the Trans Am Championship 7 times. You know, where's up, you know, for Ernie from here? And he's still got lots of good years of racing left to him. Maybe he does make the switch over to open wheel. You know, that would be a great story.
It was interesting because I tried to get something from his mentor, Little Al. this morning, and he said, well, I said, where's he going to go? You know, he could go NASCAR, he could go Indy. And he said, well, you know how much I love the Indy 500? Basically hinting, in my mind, Indy Lights.
Yep.
And my prognostication on that is, why not go Indy Lights? It
Sure.
doesn't matter. And if he makes it to Indy, great. And even if he makes it to Indy, he can still go to NASCAR because he'd be 26, 27.
Yep.
If he wants, or 37 for all that matters. So the line is really there. And if you get a chance to run the 500, you've got someone like Al Jr. in your back pocket who knows Penske, who's raced for Penske, who's raced for,
Pat Patrick.
Pat Patrick,
and,
you name it.
I
mean, there's nobody that's not going to open the door and let you in the motorhome and talk about your new protege.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. Kiffin Simpson has just set the fast lap of the race, a 45.7. He's in clear air now after finally getting up into that second spot. I don't think he has anything for Ernie Francis with 11 minutes left, but as you can see, the rest of the field has begun to fall off the pace. Varun Choksi now on the podium in third, Josh Carr fourth, Jordan Missick fifth, Logan Cuson sixth. Ryan Yardley, unfortunately, going the wrong direction in this one. He's back in seventh right now. Arias Dudmajan, who started from the pit lane, up to eighth. Baptiste Berthelot after that spin in ninth. Cooper Becklin in 10th. Those drivers will score points on this one, as Ernie Francis Jr. and Kiffin Simpson all in a class pretty much by themselves.
And there is Little Al.
Yep. Starting with in third spot. The rest of the field pretty closely matched, but the two drivers out in front are definitely in a class of their own on this day at least. 10 minutes remaining in the race, 10 and a half, just about. You can see that battle for fourth is a good one. At the moment, at least, the three podium positions seem to be pretty well in hand. As there goes Logan Cuson trying to make a move on Jordan Missick, but not quite able to close the deal. So Missick right behind Josh Carr now in fifth spot. Simpson resets another fast lap, 45.5 from second place. The interval between he and Ernie Francis, just about a second and a half. Ryan Yardley, after that bit of agricultural racing up in the climbing S's, has climbed back into contention now in seventh spot. As he's right at the back of this battle between Josh Carr and Jordan Missick, Logan Cuson, Ryan Yardley right at the tail end of it. Varun Choksi is pretty solidly now in third as he's opened up about a second and a half over Josh Carr. There's Simpson in the front of your screen. There's
and
Choksi.
Simpson is taking some time out of Ernie at the moment. He was, 3/10 quicker, the gap 1.8 seconds, and 9 minutes to go.
Yep.
If he pushes on, he could challenge for the win. And any real champion is of a mindset to win every race. There's no question about it. And I think the minute you stop thinking that, it's like playing a musical instrument.
Yep.
The minute you stop thinking about what you're actually doing and your mind wanders is when you make mistakes and when
Sure.
it all goes horribly wrong.
Yep. And, Kiffin, as we said, started out so dominantly, winning 5 of the first 6 races, and hasn't had a win since.
Yes, good point.
Since Road America, he's not been on the top step of the podium, but he's done what he needed to do. Third, second, fourth, and fifth in the races since. And he's done what he's needed to do to keep that championship alive. And now it's come good.
This is great. Look at this.
Yeah. Josh Carr, Jordan Missick, Logan Cuson, all locked together just outside the top 3. Love to see this kind of racing. These drivers just really going at it. They've got worn tires. They're having to deal with a race car that's maybe not at its peak handling because the rubber's got a little bit of mileage on it.
And it's light now.
Yep, and they're all going for it. Jordan Missick trying to make that outside move. That's a very popular passing move at the horseshoe because it sets you up for the next turn, the NASCAR turn, which, of course, is a left-hander. Not quite alongside enough to make that happen.
Plenty of room on the exit of NASCAR, though.
Yeah,
this is where it tightens up a left
look,
hook.
there's Cuson making a dive.
Cuson, nicely made by the Canuck.
Yep. Dives down inside Jordan Missick there at the left hook. I think he caught Jordan by surprise.
I think he did.
Yeah. That's not a place where you frequently see passes, but he just took his foot off the brake pedal, if you will. Ryan Yardley
done a good job of catching up, hasn't he?
Yeah, recovering from his off. He fell all the way back to, 8th position. He's running 7th right now but closing quickly on this great battle.
If they keep battling like this, it'll give Ryan a chance to catch up. 7 minutes to go. We've got a great four-way battle now down on the back straight. Can anybody get a slipstream?
Missing went just a little bit wide. Josh Carr is trying to break the draft, going off to driver's left, not giving them a great opportunity to tuck right on his rear wing and take advantage of the slipstream. You can see out in front of that battle is Varun Choksi running pretty much all by himself. He's 5 seconds back of our champion-elect, Kiffin Simpson, but he's almost 2 seconds in front of this battle. And Ryan Yardley right at the tail end of it now with 6.5 minutes left to go. I don't think we've heard the last of the Kiwi.
No. I know Ryan well, and he's a fighter for sure. His dad races, his sister races. And, yeah, it's a family affair. I got a text message from Malcolm, his dad, asking whether I was here this weekend because Ryan was racing. And I said, of course, your boy's going good.
Absolutely. There's a little bit of a slip from Cuson, and that's going to let Messick back by. So Cuson overcooked it into the horseshoe, and Jordan Messick says, thank you very much. I'll take that position right back.
And Yardley senses an opportunity as well.
Yeah, look at Messick's car, though, getting a little squirrely under the power as he comes off of NASCAR. These guys are really struggling with worn tires at this point and really having to adjust their driving style to accommodate what those Hankook slicks will give them.
Well, that was a great move by Cuson. He really has taken advantage. We go back with Simpson now, our potential champion to be, and look how close he is now to Ernie Francis Jr. Does he want the win? I think I know the answer, John.
Absolutely. With 5.5 minutes left, it is on. Just as it looked like Ernie Francis was going to drive off into the sunset, Kiffin Simpson has run him down.
And the irony is, last lap for Ernie was his fastest, a 45.8. So it's not like he slowed down, but then again, a 45.3 from Simpson. So that's why we've got the battle that we have.
Yeah, Simpson's best lap is better than Francis's best lap.
Yeah.
And they are now in close formation as they come down the hill, down the roller coaster, and into Hog Pen. So named because there was a hog pen at the outside of that turn back in the day.
Did he watch the racing or not?
I'm sure they did, Pigs are very intelligent.
Yes, they are, yeah.
They enjoy a good motor race just as much as the rest of us.
Let's take a look at the overtake for the lead and what was a significant overtake.
There you see Cuson going a little wide, getting a little too much brake pressure.
Yeah.
And that opened the door for Jordan Messick to retake that spot that he lost just a couple laps ago. But good job for Cuson to keep it on the black part. He didn't completely get off into the grass and only lost a single spot. He could have lost another one as Ryan Yardley was right there to pounce. Here comes the battle for the lead. We're getting down to the final 4 minutes of this one. Ernie Francis, I think, feeling the pressure from Kiffin Simpson, maybe has picked his pace up just a touch. Trying to hold the champion-elect at bay. Ernie would love nothing more than to get win number 3 here at VIR. Maybe a bit of a consolation prize for his disappointment in the Trans Am race earlier today. Right now, they're very evenly matched. Again, last laps, Ernie's was a 46 flat. Kiffin was a 45.5. He was about half a second quicker. So with 3.5 minutes laps at the rate they're running now. Into the roller coaster, so named because right there it's very steeply downhill. The TV camera, as you so often see, doesn't do the angle of that justice. They continue the plunge downhill to right here into the hog pen turn, which leads them onto this curving front straightaway. It's not a straightaway per se. There's a little dog leg right about there, but it's easy flat. It's not a turn in that respect. And then coming down into.
Tell you what, this is a really interesting battle because any lesser driver, I would say, would tank now and would fall to the pressure of the champion behind him, but not Ernie Francis Jr. And I think Kiffin was probably aware of that. He knows how experienced Ernie is, and Ernie's used to racing under pressure situations like that. He does it day in, day out with Chris Dyson in Trans Am and Tommy Dreesy and Adam Andretti as we look at the JT Motorsport team. Oh no, disaster. What's happened here?
A couple cars off. We're at turn 5, it looks like. That's just at the entrance to the Snake, and we've got two cars
the Snake
off.
has just bit.
Yeah, I'm just guessing, but I think I'm just listening to race control. He is going to try to stay green all the way to the end here.
That's good. That's going to be hard, though, surely.
We'll have to sort it out as they come by the line because it's hard to tell from this angle who that is. I have a feeling that might be Jordan Missig up against the tire barrier there, but from what I can see from this angle, it's hard to tell from the drone shot.
Two dark-colored cars, so it's not Yardley, I don't think.
Yeah.
Ooh, from above. Now, there's the leaders.
They're coming to the white flag this time by. So there'll be one more lap after this. Of course, there'll be a waving yellow flag at the scene of the incident. But the race director trusting these drivers to do the right thing as they approach that point.
Yeah, that's good. That's healthy. Yes, they're in a precarious position. But white flag is out in our third race here at VIR as Ernie Francis Jr. looking for his second win and the current 2021 champion-elect about to pick up the championship in second place. Wants to win it, of course, but, well, I think he might just stay stationed for now. Or won't have the opportunity, I should say.
Yeah, approaching the scene of the incident.
Yeah.
There's the TJ Speed Brain Trust down in the paddock watching their driver perhaps clinch the championship here in the next half a lap or so.
You could see that their furrowed brows tell you everything you need to know.
Yep, he's still got to get across the line to make it official. But Ernie Francis Jr. looking for his second win on the weekend, his third on the season. And again, I cannot overstress how impressed this young man has been, considering the fact that he has zero open wheel experience. And to step into this very sophisticated race car and to get to grips with it and win a race in his 9th outing in that car is a testament to just how pure a racer Ernie Francis is. And I don't want to take anything away from Kiffin Simpson and the great season he has had, but Ernie Francis Jr. is the real deal, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, he really is. And you've got two great stars of the future on your screens right now. One is about to win the FR America's Championship and head to the heady heights of Japan as a Honda Scholarship recipient. The other potentially could go to NASCAR or Indy, but that is the true story of what this championship has created. Truly the stars of the future, and the future star, racing star, Ernie Francis Jr. is going to do it.
Here he comes to the checkered flag to make it official. Win number 3 for Ernie Francis Jr. and a clinch of the championship for Kiffin Simpson. He will be the 2021 Formula Regional America's champion.
It's almost quiet relief rather than elation, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely right. Johnny, I'm going to get down to the podium to talk to those drivers, so I'll turn it over to you for the final bit. Looks like Josh Carr is going to hang on to that 4th spot as Varun Choksi came by in the 3rd position.
Thanks, John. Yep, head down there and we'll try to finish this off and find out what happened in that incident as well. We'll try and get a replay to you, but there's no doubting the winner, Ernie Francis Jr., back-to-back wins. It doesn't get any better. Congratulations to Kiffin Simpson. So that race had everything. Good, clean racing throughout. Let's take a look at the highlights. The highlights of race 3 saw Ernie Francis Jr. pounce into the lead at the start. Josh Carr taken unawares, could do nothing about it. The car would keep him honest in the early stages. In 3rd place, the mighty Ryan Yardley in the 78. Back to racing for Crossley Kiwi Motorsport. And also in the action, Kiffin Simpson just behind. Logan Cousin starting to catch up. Made that move, almost getting it wrong, and Arias Duke-Nation making a big mistake. Yardley made Kiwis fly for a moment, but held it all together. But there was no stopping Ernie Francis Jr. He really was in the zone. Josh Carr trying to keep it steady. Kiffin Simpson put the pressure on at the end, but pressure is Ernie Francis' middle name, and he wins back-to-back here in FR Americas. What a wonderful day. What a wonderful racetrack. It really doesn't get any better. Confirmation then of the results. Ernie Francis Jr., the future star racing, is not a future star. He is a star of the here and now. Kevin Simpson, our new champion, and TJ Speed Motorsports. What a way to start their first season. And how about this? Varun Chotsky follows him home for his teammate. Joshua Carr finishes in 4th position, just behind him, Ryan Yardley. So Australia versus New Zealand, as it should be, and great stuff. Arias Duke-Majan coming in for the Hunter Yaney, who should have been in Sochi this weekend, but Arias finishing 6th. Baptiste Berthelot of France, 7th. Cooper Becklin in 8th position. Good start for his Kiwi crosslink relationship. Nick Persing in 9th, and Kevin Jansen in 10th. Further down, Jordan Missig had a good run, but sadly it wasn't to be. And I think it was Jordan and Logan Cousin involved in that situation. Dylan Tavella had problems coming in earlier. So, plenty of great action to talk about in that one. And they're coming into Parc Ferme, and we're going to get some nice celebrations. It's a great way for Ernie to finish his weekend after what has been... Well, it's had some big highs and some big lows, but the highs will definitely outweigh, because that was a virtuoso performance by a man who just stepped into single-seaters this season, folks. Just 22 and a half years of age from Florida. He's done it all. 7-time a Trans Am muscle car champion, and now a rising star of single-seaters. And he's fresh as a daisy as he jumps out. And you can see there is a different demeanor from the one that got out of the Trans Am car about an hour ago. Happy for him, really happy for him. We'll hear from him in a moment. Off comes the helmet. And in a moment, John Phippen will have a word. I think Ernie's about to get his hat, and when he does, he'll talk to John. Let's go down to John Phippen, as Al Unser Jr., not a bad guy to greet you first off, is with John Phippen.
Ernie, I know there was a disappointment earlier today when you were challenging for the win in Trans Am, but this is your 2nd win of the weekend in the Formula Regional Americas car, your 3rd of the season. Again, you've got to be pleased.
Yeah, super happy with this. It's great to end the weekend on a high note here. You know, to get a win yesterday in the second race, and then back it up with another win today. Really happy with that. Glad this one was able to end under green. Felt like we really earned this one. Stayed out front the entire time, led the whole thing. Really had the car to beat, it felt like, out there, and just tried to hit my marks in the end, and just not make a mistake. That was the plan out there. But just have to say thanks to everyone from Future Star Racing, Wings and Wheels, Mark and Laura McAllister for this opportunity this year. This has been unbelievable, going from never driven open wheel car now to having 3 wins in the season. Pretty happy with that, and looking forward to the next one.
Got to ask you, are we going to see you next year?
Yeah, hopefully so. I think we'll be back out here. Maybe give it a full season run for a championship. We'll see what happens.
Awesome. Ernie Francis Jr., your winner. We're going to keep it right here as he congratulates Kevin Simpson.
Right there.
Let's turn our attention to our champion-elect, Kiffin. I don't know if you're aware of that, but if by finishing second, again, it's not yet official because the stewards have to have a look at the race, but I believe you are the 2021 champion of the Formula Regional Americas.
I was not aware of that, but that's exciting to hear. We were pushing this weekend for a good points weekend, and I knew Joshua was quick here because of last year. He did really good here, and I was just hoping I'd be able to minimize points loss here, but instead we were able to potentially come home with the championship.
Anybody you'd like to thank? I have to ask.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the whole TJ Speed team, God for helping me through this whole season, and my family, all my sponsors, of course, and this series for just putting on a great season so far.
Congratulations. We'll see you on the podium.
Thank you.
Your new champion, Kiffin Simpson, and now 3-time winner, Ernie Francis Jr. Johnny, back to you.
Great stuff, John. Yep, lovely. And cool, calm, and collected, as you like. Our champion, he wasn't even thinking about the championship. And that's what happens when you're from the cool part of the world like Grand Caymans. What a future that man has. What a day this will be remembered. His whole life will change dramatically if he does go on.
desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim, to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
At 3.27 miles and starting with a very fast straight into the first corner horseshoe before opening up through 2 and 3 through NASCAR, and then it winds through 5 and 6, which is Snake, then up the hill and down again into the very important complex of 11 and 12 at Oak Tree before opening right up down a very long straight, then down the hill again into Roller Coaster and finally Hog Pen before opening up again through 17 and that long run to the start-finish. Nestled in the gorgeous countryside of the North Carolina-Virginia border, this is without doubt one of the drivers' favorites. So we are getting ready for the final big finale of the weekend, and it is, of course, Trans Am TA2, and that will be a full-on championship of TA2 races. And I think Ben's down there on the grid. So let's head down to Ben Sissel. But before we go down to Ben, let's head to the qualifying piece from yesterday to work out who got where and how it all panned out. So look at the highlights. Tyler Casera was going well, but didn't really get the chance before the black flag. Skeen came in for the black flag, but he was currently then in third place. And likewise, Rafa Matos had put in the second fastest time by then. I think I might order a Hunt's Pizza tonight if that's what the go is, because this man is on it. Connor Zilic is absolutely sensational at VIR. Takes the pole, just 15 years of age. The local man from Mooresville, North Carolina. Pole position in his first try at Trans Am.
Mike Skeen, watch out. He might be coming for you. Connor Zilic, how do you describe to your friends that you're about to go up north to Virginia and race in TA2?
I left public school about 3 years ago, and I haven't really kept up with my friends, so most of my friends are racing friends, and they know all about it, and they're really happy for me, and I couldn't be happier for myself. I mean, talking about Mike Skeen, he was my driver coach a few years ago. Actually, we're good friends with him, and it's crazy that now I'm ahead of him, and I don't know how I did it, but I'm just amazed.
Well, speaking of Connor Zilic, starting at pole right here in the Hunt Brothers Ford Mustang, and kind of coming in as a spoiler, first time, 15 years old here in TA2. But then leading is Rafa Matos in points, getting close to the end of the season. Mike Skeen is here in a Dodge Challenger for the first time this season. But man, it's getting too loud here, Johnny, so I'm going to send it back to you up in the booth.
Short and sweet, Ben, but don't worry. Edwards Evasion's just joined me, and yeah, I think there's no question that the story of this race is not just the championship, it's the new boy on the block, and what a new boy. And ironic that He has literally blitzed the track lap record in his first effort against the likes of Matos and his mentor Mike Skeen. That really is hugely impressive indeed. So we'll find out just what this man can do in a race situation. But the way I've listened to him being interviewed, I wouldn't have a doubt that he could just continue from pole and win this thing, because I don't think he shows any signs of any pressure. And we'll get Edward in here now, because, I mean, you know, you've been around racing enough, and you see these guys come through, and you always spot somebody, and especially as a racing driver, you know the difference between somebody doing something as a sort of one-off, they had a powerful car, or whatever it might be. This is the real deal. Well, it's not a car you can just jump in from cards normally. So he's got something. The roar. He's from the right part of the country if he wants to go NASCAR racing. I looked at his bio this morning, and he said that Formula One is his favorite sport. He didn't say he doesn't want to be a Formula One driver, but he's in a good spot coming from Mooresville, North Carolina, and being in Trans Am right now, and taking it to the regulars. This is going to be an interesting race. You know, when you look back to 2020 and Mike Skeen taking the championship over Rafa Matos, and then with COVID and all the rest of it, the last big champion we had, I suppose, Rafa Matos in 2018 for three-dimensional services. He raced for Silver Hair last year. And then this kid comes in, Connor Mosack. He's got his first win last time out at Watkins Glen. And he will be a factor, I'm sure. And, you know, there's so many good stories as we come to the penultimate round of this TA2 championship. Big B's joined us, Ben.
So we're missing Edward. So reintroduce Edward. He was in the wrong microphone. That's my fault. I'm sorry about that.
My fault. Sorry. Yes. Edward Savajian is in the booth, and we were just talking about this young phenom almost at 15, and even Edward was like, yeah, I can't explain it, because it's not the easiest of cars to drive when you've never driven a race car before, particularly. Edward, welcome. The reason why Edward Savajian's not racing, he had a crash 2 weeks ago, and they just couldn't get it repaired in time, right?
Right. We'll try to be back on the grid in next month in Austin, but this weekend I'm a spectator, but happy to be here.
Austin was where Edward got his first podium in TA2.
I remember it well.
He's from Dallas, Texas, so I consider that to be kind of a home track. Edward, I've known Edward now for a little over 10 years. He's always been one of the fastest in our Group 6 muscle cars in the SVRA series, and he moved to TA2 about 3 years ago and was quick right away. Like, he really kind of raised a lot of eyebrows when he came into the series. And I wish you were out there, but we're going to really need your insight here as you watch along. So in something like this, looking at Adam Andretti's in-car, what are you doing here on these warm-up laps, Edward?
Just trying to get heat into the brakes and tires and feel the car out a bit. You know, it's a little bit different from qualifying when you have a full fuel load, and you can't really get a good feel for it just on the pace lap warming up, but you get some kind of idea of what's underneath you.
Jonathan, I haven't heard yet if we're doing 1 or 2 pace laps. It looks like 1.
It looks like 1 by the looks of things, the pace car, and they are filing up now for a race start. So let's see what this kid, 15-year-old North Carolinian, Hunt's Pizza on the side of the car, taking on the mighty Rafa Matos, who is racing for a championship against the champion who is behind the pole man, and that, of course, is Mike Skeen. They're not worried what the kid does. They're worried about each other, and that's Matos and Skeen I'm talking about. But what can Zilic do from the start? He gets a good start. They are neck and neck. Matos will not give him an inch. The Brazilian doesn't hold back. It doesn't care who he's racing against. But right now, Zilic has got the line and got the lead. A little nudge there from Rafa Matos. Welcome to the big leagues, big buddy. And he just got shown what it's like to race with the big boys.
I think advantage Zilic there, because that slowed down Matos and the whole field behind him as we ride on board with Adam Andretti. Edward, what are you seeing?
Well, I was curious to see how the kid would do with Matos, who's so aggressive. It's one thing to do hot laps, but another to have your mirrors filled up. So we'll see how he hangs on here.
I really like that green flag, probably one of the most memorable green flags in TA2 because the group was backed up, bunched up better than I've ever seen, and we love these late green flags here from our starter Steve at VIR.
Good start from Connor Mosack and Thomas Merrill as we go on board with Rafa Matos in second place through 10.
And 10 is a really treacherous turn. If you go wide there, you don't want to overcorrect because you'll end up in the inside wall as they come around here at 11. It should kind of be one corner, one turn there, all the way back around through Oak Tree Bend and then down this long straight. It's all about the setup here. What's your strategy going down this long straight, Edward?
Well, it depends on where you are, but it's actually not the easiest place to pass because the braking zone kind of funnels into one lane. So hold your position, look at your mirrors, and at least for the first few laps, stay.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to witness history. A 15-year-old for the first time in TA2 may lead a lap, and that will make history. He's made history quite a bit here this weekend, but that will be the youngest ever TA2 driver to lead a lap.
And just to reiterate it, all he's ever raced is cars. He's never raced a car in his life.
Well, he doesn't even have a driver's license.
Nope.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the most impressive things that I've seen. So it's Connor Zillage, Rafa Matos, Mike Skeen, Tyler Casera, who won here last year, Thomas Merrill in that Dayglow number 26 Mike Cope car, then Connor Mosack, Michael Self, Adam Andretti, Barry Bowes in a new car, and Adrian Lostowski. That's our top 10.
Great start to this, good clean start to this, good racing, lots of pockets of racing. The leaders, a five-way battle at the front, then side-by-side action for 6. Just gets squeezing through at left hook as they head down the snake again. This drone shot really illustrates just how many battles there are. Michael Self, who had problems yesterday, in a good battle here. He's just behind Mosack.
So what's going on with the Chevys here? Am I asking a Chevy man? But Connor Mosack and Michael Self are the first Chevys we see in the shot. What is that, Edward?
I don't know what the lead car has under the hood. I believe it's a Chevy engine, but it's got a Ford body, so.
And that's the car that Joey Hand was running with us, the Hunt Brothers Pizza car at the Big Machine Music City Grand Prix. But Rafa Matos seems to be closing the gap up top. And what a great bit of opening laps here at Virginia International Raceway.
Keeping an eye on Adam Andretti. He's down in 8th position at the moment, not having a good qualifying, Adam, but we spoke to him earlier in the TA race, and he's
got a pass.
Yeah, we do. And that's for 4th place. That'll be Tyler Casera. Is that Thomas Merrill on Tyler Casera?
Well, I think Tyler Casera just took it back.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Sorry, excuse me. Tyler Casera, of course, won here last year.
Really good driver. Considers this to kind of be one of his home tracks from Pennsylvania. Spec Miata racer and champion, moved to TA2 and has done really well. And look for him to move up front. Mike Skeen, the lone Mopar today, doing really well for the Dodge fans. So leave a comment if you're watching on Facebook, although Tyler Casera looks inside. Who are you for? The big three, Mopar, Chevy, Ford. Who are you rooting for in this race? Leave a comment on our Facebook or YouTube channels with Trans Am. Tell us where you're watching from as they come around the NASCAR bend. And Merrill right up there.
Still haven't found out why, Mike Skeen. You asked him yesterday. It wasn't really clear why they'd swap cars.
No, and that's probably a strategy. To be honest, knowing Stevens Miller Racing and Mike Skeen, they don't really try to give away a lot. There's probably a reason that they will tell us come 2022.
What I mean is he's been racing a Mustang and he's gone back. He's raced both, but he's gone back to the Camaro. And it's interesting. It really is.
Now, I did ask Thomas, and maybe I'm not supposed to say this, but he is in that car, what we know from the Ryan Newman car from Road America, because he wanted to try out a different engine. And he says, yes, this engine, I'm not sure what engine it is, has more power, he says, than his 81 car. So we're going to see if he's able to work his way up to the front with more power in the engine.
I believe he's the leading actual Ford engine in the field at the moment.
So tell us what you're seeing here in this in-car from Matos, drafting right behind our leader.
That draft, didn't he?
Yeah, he's probably going to take a look, but I don't think it's there.
So are you doing that just to kind of show Connor or try to get Connor to look in his mirrors and make a mistake at this point, or are you just trying to see what your car has?
Both. You're always trying to put pressure, and putting pressure opens doors for you. And then you're also trying to see where on the track that you're actually faster and can make that move stick.
Skeen's coming now as Rafa's putting the pressure on the leader. We're watching it, but so too is Skeen. And watch for Skeen to pop out of the mirror maybe of Matos as they go down this straight. Yeah, he thought about it, can't quite pull it off.
No, but man, TA2 just does not disappoint. What a fantastic start to this race at Virginia International Raceway. VIR SpeedTour. There's Mike Skeen in that Liquid Molly Turn 14 distribution. Dodge Challenger in third place, but man, Casera is right on his tail.
Yeah, no question about it. And I guess one reason we've seen what Boris said can do in a Dodge Challenger, and maybe that was one of the thinking points that VIR was suited, that you mentioned, or Adam mentioned earlier, that the Challenger has definitely got huge torque.
Yeah.
And maybe, I don't know, Edward or yourself can talk to that, because that might be a factor. But Tyler Casera right behind. You know, Tyler did make a comment to me about, I said, what do you think of the Silic kid? And he said, you know, he has done some Miatas, and that's where I came from. And he said, and remember, I came from e-racing from Miatas, and I got a podium first time out when I raced here at VIR. And I said, good point.
Yeah.
He said, I'm not saying that's the reason. I'm just saying that it doesn't do any harm to have done some Miata stuff as we take a look at the Hunt Brothers Pizza sponsors.
No, and
team?
To your point, the Nitro Motorsports team, Hunt Brothers Pizza, if you can drive a high horsepower car like a momentum car, like a Miata, you're going to be really, really finessed out on the track, as we're seeing right here.
Well, he's under massive pressure now as they go down roller coaster, and it's a roller coaster ride for the kid because Matos does not hold back. He is a veteran, I can say that because it's pretty much the truth. He's not an old fella, but he's been around a long time. An Indy Lights rookie in his time too, but a Trans Am champion et al. Not an easy thing to do. When the championship is on the line, and by the way, let's not lose sight of the fact Rafa Matos coming in with a 40-point advantage and 6 different winners from 10 rounds, but it's definitely the Skeen-Matos story, and they got to be careful because Tyler Casera can get amongst it. So too can Connor Mosak. And Rafa Matos wants past Connor Zilic as quick as he can to put some space between himself and the man behind, Mike Skeen.
Who are you seeing right now? To me, my opinion is Rafa Matos might have the faster car, but Connor's keeping him back.
He's being held up. I just saw Connor lock the wheel going into turn 1, so he's under pressure. And you can tell that by the top 8 guys are within a second of him, so generally they get a little bit more spread out by this point.
Connor Zilic able to make that car wide, and that is per the rules, ladies and gentlemen. You have to be able to make a good, clean pass in TA2. There's a good shot there of Tyler Casera and his new livery. It's a beautiful car.
Yeah, Tyler was struggling, and in qualifying, the black flag just came out before he was about to set his quick lap, and he was so disappointed, and it kind of took the momentum away, and he was very upset, yes. Well, not very upset, but he really knew he could do more. Here comes Matos again. He's got the drive.
155 there.
Side by side. They
Side
tried
draft,
to close the door.
160,
He's got him.
162, 163. Wow, that is impressive.
All right, so Matos takes the lead. Now let's see if this kid can race.
Yeah, it didn't open any doors for Skeen. That just full-on Matos got beside him. Looked like maybe a little bit of a NASCAR side draft there because his speed increased from 150 to 160 as soon as he got beside him. And now it looks like it's Rafa Matos' race to lose because he's been kind of the class of the field this race.
So a new leader, and it's our championship leader, Rafa Matos in the 3-dimensional services Mustang. Still the battle between Casera and Skeen. Skeen swapping cars for the Challenger this weekend.
Casera also looks fast. You know, it looks like Skeen in places, and then maybe Mike Skeen has a little bit more torque in places.
To my understanding, the Challenger has a little more, but a heavy engine, so it's a give and take. So he should be all right down the straightaway, and therefore hard to pass. But we'll see how he does when he gets up behind Connor.
So we just saw the 3-dimensional services group team, and they don't look worried. Just judging by their body language, they've got Adam Andretti back there behind Michael Self in that green Camaro, but now Rafa Matos, followed by Connor Zilic, followed by Mike Skeen, Tyler Casera, Thomas Merrill, Connor Mosak, Michael Self, Adam Andretti, Adrian Lostowski, Barry Bowes, Keith Prochek, and Scott Borchetta. That is your top 12 here.
Evan Slater had an incident yesterday which caused the black flag, and he's down currently in 13th place, just ahead of Doug Peterson. And Rhett Barco going for the rookie challenger. He's down in 17th position, not where he needs to be.
Last lap, Rafa Matos a 151.5, Connor Zilic a 152.2, Mike Skeen a 151.9. So Rafa's got a gap now, about 4 or 5 car lengths. And Mike Skeen overtakes Connor Zilic. And that is the student becoming the master, and then the master becoming the student again, because Mike Skeen was Connor Zilic's teacher at Carolina Motorsports Park.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I thought that was an interesting comment last night when he told you that fact. And he said, we're good friends. Not right now.
No, they're good friends, and Mike Skeen has a ton of respect for Connor Zilic. He was talking to him today at one of the podiums with International GT and said, when Mike Skeen says that, Mike Skeen's a man of few words. That's quite a bit of accolades.
Yeah, no question about it. Now, let's see what Zilic can do against the maestro that is our current champion, Mike Skeen. Now, will he be our 2021 champion, or will Rafa go off into the distance? Really close race for the start of this one. Still a long way to go, only 7 laps of the 31.
And Connor Mosack seems to be closing that gap there on Thomas Merrill. Thomas Merrill's in that Dayglow orange Mike Cope Racing cars. Number 26 there, just behind Tyler Casera there in the number 5. And Connor Mosack is the first Camaro-bodied car that we see coming into turn 10, that hard left-hander. A lot of people get this turn.
Change at the front.
Usually that just means that something happened in qualifying, or they changed out the front clip and didn't have time to put the stickers on.
Sure. Well, we're on board with Andretti.
So how can he catch this group? Because he's not in any kind of draft, so he just needs to hit all of his marks. What's he doing here, Edward?
I was just looking at his front splitter dragging on the ground going into that Oak Tree turn. You know, you put a new front end on, and then you got to realign everything, and I don't know if they've got that thing just right, or if it's dragging so much that he's losing front downforce. I don't know.
And that's why we bring Edward Savajian into the booth. Not only is he a driver, but he's also an engineer. He owns and runs Duntoff Motors, a really great race shop out of Dallas, Texas. They build the nicest and fastest vintage Corvettes, also street cars, but he's been engineering on his own TA2 car now for the last. Whenever you see something like that, Edward, perk up, man, because I'm not seeing it. I'm not smart enough to know these engineering facts like this. But look at that close. And that's Connor Mosack taking over Connor Zilic. And Mike Skeen did alert me to this. Mike Skeen did 3 laps on his Pirelli P0 tires in qualifying. Oh, Tyler Casera off there at NASCAR. Mistake. Oh, that's unfortunate for Tyler. But getting back, Connor Zilic did 7 or 8 laps on his Pirellis, and Mike Skeen and Rafa only did about 3. So the tires are going to wear out on Connor faster than the other drivers.
Good point, yeah. And he certainly found himself in a race now for sure. Let's hope we get Tyler going, because that could bring out, as we look at Tabitha, of course, partner to Andretti. She's looking worried, but watching the timings and seeing if there's a safety car. Andretti on board with him as they watch the monitor. We watch the onboard. What a great onboard too. You can see how he wheels the wheel and over 10, and you can see the gap he's got in front of him as he goes into 11 and Oak Tree.
I couldn't tell from that shot if Tyler was touched or just got it a little bit off there at NASCAR, but that's unlike Tyler Casera. We might have a replay.
Ooh.
Here we go. Nope. All right. Well, I hope we're back to live there. And that should be Rafa Matos coming down the hill, followed by Mike Skeen. Championship battle.
Yeah, now we've got a pure battle for the championship. But Skeen has to win.
Yeah, but don't count out Connor Mosack, Connor Zilic, anybody. Look there, Connor Mosack looking inside Thomas Merrill. This is a little bit of a team rivalry here. These two teams don't get along real well. I'd say the driver and the 2.6 and the team of 2.8 don't get along very well. So let's see what happens here. They've got a lot of history here at this specific track, Virginia International Raceway. Great crowds this weekend here, as you're seeing in Connor Mosak's. What are you seeing here on this in-car, Edward? Thomas looks a little loose in the rear end to me.
I was just watching how much track Mosak was using coming out of, 3, and just drove it right to the end of the road. He's in a hurry.
Well, just a reminder, if Rafa has to finish second or higher to clinch the championship, even if Mike Skeen wins. So we're looking at the potential champion as we go back on board with Adrian Lostowski, his first season in TA2.
But we're only a third of the way through this race, and a lot can happen, as we've seen at Virginia International Raceway. Adrian Lostowski, man, he has really shown something this year, being second or the runner-up in SGT last year, switching over to TA2, and he has been fast all year long.
Edward, let's take a look at what happened to Casera. What you take us through NASCAR and what could have gone wrong here.
I didn't catch the beginning of that.
It looked like he locked up his front brakes just slightly, and he came around. I don't think he made contact with the wall, or if he was minimal.
Jim Gallagher's just done a pirouette.
And that was turn 10. Jim Gallagher, that we were talking about, sometimes going out to the outside too far and overcorrecting. That might be what happened, but good recovery from that number 16 of Jim Gallagher.
So it's all going off now as we get into the business end of this race.
Uh-oh, Connor Mosak looking outside of Thomas Merrill.
Yeah, Michael Self. And round the horseshoe, very close indeed between these two. Into NASCAR they come. Drone really gives you an illustration of the pace that both of them are on and who's catching where. Slight mistake there by Connor. And as they head up through the snake, there's Rafa, there's Skeen. Skeen's got to get on level terms. Keep this championship going. Gap is 2.5
really
seconds.
Light right there. Look at Thomas Merrill's rear end just coming back and forth. But I don't know about his setup. Does that look loose to you, or is that something he prefers?
No, it looked all right. I was just watching for Connor. When you're that close to somebody going through high-speed turns like that, you generally get a bit of understeer. But
is that because of the wash?
Sure, you lose the arrow on the front end of the car. But Connor has had consistent, fast race pace in the last few races.
Yeah.
Here he comes. He's gaining on him.
Well, we can see it from above here. We're watching this battle here.
He's
look at him how he's closing in. And yes,
slight left there, but Thomas isn't going to give him anything. Now it's a hard right. He locks it up. Down the roller coaster.
Mosak locks it up, but he had to just to get through the corner. And that's good driving from Merrill, good experience from Merrill, and obviously he knows this track better than anyone. He's had some good runs here, and Thomas Merrill, not the forgotten man, but of course Thomas very much in the hunt in the last couple of years.
Yeah, he's just had some bad luck here of late, especially they're just getting tangled up in that wreck with Misha Goikberg at Watkins Glen. But he will always be in the championship hunt in TA2, one of our finest drivers. But man, Connor Mosak has really shown me a lot with that race for RP, Chevy Camaro, Nick Taylor custom fit underwear. What a talented driver he has been with that Team SLR. And there's Mike Cope, Thomas Merrill's team right there. They don't look, they look relaxed, just reading their body language. Everything seems to be going pretty well. I think they have 4 cars on the field this weekend. So it looks like they're having a pretty good day. This is the battle right now.
Yeah.
Battle for podium. And we're still looking. We keep saying this in every TA2 race. The top 4 are in the top 4.
I know. It's nuts.
But it is flip-flop. To my math, it goes Rafa Matos, Mike Skeen, Connor Mosak just overtook Thomas Merrill, and Thomas Merrill just dropped down to 4th.
But how much does the car change as the race goes on? I mean, we call it a 1 hour, 100-mile sprint, but 100 miles is a long way, and the car can do a lot of different things under you in that time. So how does it change as the race goes on?
Generally, as the fuel burns off, that changes, and that changes how the car feels, but that's also dependent upon your weight distribution. So I'd be curious to see what Zilic did between qualifying and the race, and maybe they're set up for a low fuel setup, and he'll, the lap times will come back down towards the end of the race. But right now, he's certainly struggling.
So back with Andretti. And he too has got past Zilic. Up to 6th place now, Adam.
I think I saw a little bit of what you meant with the splitter. Hopefully we can get a good shot of him coming into turn 1. Tell us what you're seeing, Edward.
There's Lostowski coming into the corner.
Oh, somebody just got a little bit wide there. Was that Connor?
Yeah, I think so. No, it was Zilic.
Yeah, they're both Connors. Sorry, we should say
Yeah,
Zilic.
good point. Yeah, we're getting a good watch now of the kid, Connor Zilic from North Carolina, ahead of Adrian Lostowski.
He looks real loose.
Man. Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
And like you said, he did a lot of laps yesterday and used those tyres maybe. And certainly Skeen and Matos didn't do near as many laps. They stayed in the pits in the closing session, stages of qualifying.
I'm seeing a debris flag at turn 10.
Okay.
And we saw Jim Gallagher there at that last shot. They're showing a debris flag at corner 10. Here's a replay.
This is turn 10. Oh, well, that's why, yeah, a bunch of dust thrown up there. And little of a mistake, Mark Austin from Buda, Texas, right by me in Austin.
Ooh, he's going to have to come in. That's a lot of grass on that front grille.
Well, I'm glad they've got the flags out because Rafa will need to know that because it can get really slippy coming over the top there at 10 when there's mud, when there's dust and mud added to already a tricky corner at the best of days.
Those are good corner workers there at turn 10. Jeff Johnson and his wife Kim Johnson. So they quick on the debris flag. Nice job. Here's Adam Andretti. Let's see if we can get a shot of his splitter. And then Adrian Lostowski coming in.
Yeah, it's been a struggle for Andretti and the three-dimensional team over the weekend. They just had brake bias issues at the beginning as we go down to the Hawk team. And that's Adrian Lostowski's team, of course. Hawk Performance, his backer. Go back on board with him now.
Just feathering the throttle there. That's a tough section. Now they try to make a straight line out of the snake. And now they go under the bridge, but right up here they get really light. Right here.
Just
the
a brief
car kind of
lift
drops
there.
out.
Yeah,
and, you get a little airborne, don't you?
A little bit. When you see him feathering the throttle like that, getting into the S's, he's just trying to reset the front end because he's picking up an understeer as he rolls onto the power.
Gotcha.
Ooh.
So Lostowski, nice to be on board there through that little section and see how he rolls through there.
It's closing the gap.
Ooh, problem.
That's Rhett Barco. Oh no. 0-1 going for Rookie of the Year this year. Looks like, was that a tire failure or did his
that's
suspension arm just fail there?
Well,
rod end
where's he
or
trying to make
steering rack.
it to, do you think, at this point? Because he knows it ain't going anywhere.
Hopefully he pulls into the south paddock.
Yeah, good point.
I would drive that back to the pits. You know,
You
what
would?
do you have to lose?
Yeah, it's true. Oh. Except he stopped it in the middle of the racetrack.
That's not good.
Not by choice, I'm sure, but that is not good, and that surely will bring out a safety car.
But speaking of Rhett Barco, I got to talk about, well, here's a replay.
Let's see what happens. Ah, there you go. Yeah, he smashed at the beginning of the snake right over the dirt.
Do you think that was suspension failure before he went off, or do you think the off caused the suspension failure?
The off probably caused it, but I didn't see anything that would, you know.
There you go. Take a puff and get the yellows out. I like the work.
That's his brake, isn't it? Hold the double yellows, yeah. So, speaking of Rhett Barco, he had problems, and he was fighting with Scott Borchetta for 10th and 11th place in the championship. He needed a car to finish, and he was able to borrow Scott Borchetta's B car that he uses in the SVRA Group 10, and that just kind of shows the camaraderie here in the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the paddock, that such close competitors are helping each other out. I think that's a really cool story, and it's so great to have Rhett Barco here with BarcoCars.com running for Rookie of the Year, showing us a lot of talent and just kind of having some bad luck.
Yeah. So this is going to change the dimension of the race a little bit. Edward, when you've been in a race and in the heart of it, let's say you're in the top 5 and you've got a chance to kind of mentally regroup. What goes through your head when you get into a situation like this? Do you recalibrate? Do you talk to your engineer about tactics, or do you just wait for literally the restart? You know what you're doing, you know what's coming up, but what's the thought process?
Depending on what your car is doing, these tires generally they don't really go away as much as they do overheat. So you want to get the heat out of the tires to a point and keep your brakes in their operating range. And
I'm seeing a lot of cars duck into the pits. I think I saw Tom Sheehan. Another car I wasn't able to quite identify. Yeah, that's Tom Sheehan. It looks like Connor Zilich's car, maybe. Yeah, Connor Zilich is in the pits.
So there's something not right then for Connor Zilich, and they are taking the hood off. So there's definitely some sort of problem that they've got to look at. And that's a shame, having started from pole with a big story, but I think he's made enough of a name for himself that he'll be back.
Oh, don't count him out yet. They can get back out, as long as they get out before the pace car. They're still on the lead lap. You never count out somebody like that with that much talent. But let's go through. So Rafa Matos in first place, Mike Skeen second place, Thomas Merrill third, Connor Mosack fourth, Michael Self fifth. That's a good start from Michael Self. Adam Andretti 6th, Adrian Lostowski 7th, Barry Bowes 8th. Nice job, Barry Bowes. Beautiful new car, too. Keith Prochek in 9th place. Scott Borchetta, top 10. Then the 15-year-old Evan Slater showing us what he's got. Really good, top 11. Tyler dropped back to 12th. Chris Leesfield, number 96, is 13th. Doug Peterson, 14th. Darren Mock, 15th. Doing really well in the road racing series. Jim Gallagher 16th and number 16th. Maurice Hall 17th. Connor Zilich dropped back to 18th according to my scoring. Mark Austin is 19th. Patrick Paul top 20. Rhett Barco dropped back to 21st. John Cloud is 22nd. Chad Christensen 23rd. Tom Sheehan and Kurt Vogt, and now we're looking in. So what part of the engine are they looking at? Obviously it's hot. Yep. Just burnt his thumb there.
I thought that
hotter
looked
than
like
a pizza oven.
It looked like a plug wire to me.
Well, there's frantic work.
So I don't know if they're trying to reach through the headers to put the plug back on.
And that's Brent Corey, Engines, Mike Cope's engine guy, and he's putting on his heat gloves and looks like he's about to do something there. What are they doing, Edward?
I'm assuming he's trying to put a plug wire back on.
And that could show us the drop in power from Connor Zilich.
That would explain it, huh?
7 cylinders, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I got 2.
But then they got to do this in a hurry, ladies and gentlemen, to get back on the lead lap. So they're hoping for a really slow pace. Yeah, and that's hotter than a Hunt Brothers pizza oven is that engine.
Yeah, no kidding.
We gotta go. We can come
Did I hear him say it's a lead?
I don't know.
Go.
Put it back in. Fire it up.
Send him on
set. Stay on the lead lap. That's
not
the
going
key
to make
here.
Is it going to happen? Nope, not going to happen. Okay, so that means Connor Zilich, unfortunately, in the Hunt Brothers Pizza, number 70 Ford Mustang, first broke some records with us this weekend, is going to go a lap down. That's unfortunate, but still don't count him out. We've seen a lot of talent from this 15-year-old. But now we go back up to that top four in points.
Certainly an opportunity for Mike Skeen here if he's going to make a challenge on Rafa at the restart. That's his best opportunity. We talked about the talk of the challenger. Here comes Zilich. And that's a shame because he was, 20 seconds away from basically getting out in front of the pace car, which would have allowed him to come round.
Yeah, at that point they might have wanted to not put the hood back on. Just get out there, come back in, put the hood on, and get back out there.
Well, he was slow to restart it as well, so. Oh, well.
Well, you don't want to start one of those engines with somebody's hand in there.
No.
No, that wouldn't be good. But anything can happen in a TA2 race at Virginia International Raceway, as we are now halfway through the race by the lap count. It shouldn't be very tough to have cleared Rhett Barco's car, the 01 BarcoCars.com, car dealership out of Northern Illinois. And we should be able to go back to green, I'm hoping. Not hearing anything from race control.
Here's Andretti's car again. He's behind Michael Self. He'll be looking for a good restart as well. Still some cars in the pit lane at the moment. There's the accident there. There's the car being taken off. So there's still some work to do and some time to be spent. Now, that's Tommy Sheehan.
LTK Insulation Ford Mustang. Looks like some front right damage to the car. It just looks cosmetic, but something tells me with the Ironman, more TA2 starts than any other driver in the world. Look at what are they doing there, Edward? They're screwing something in. What would that be?
I don't know.
Exactly.
But that looks like a socket wrench.
Now, Armand Garcia will not be foiled. He'll find a way into that car somehow. You can bet your bottom dollar.
Get a better view here.
Well, unfortunately, I just heard from Race Control that John Cloud, who won Masters here in TA2 just a couple of years ago, had his birthday yesterday, has been released back to the paddock with transmission issues. So, John Cloud, I'm sorry about that. That's unfortunate.
It looks
Still
like they're working on the shifter.
Yeah, could well be. Here we go. Now we can see. Thanks, Tony. Good work.
Yeah, it looks like Sheehan might have broken the shifter lever. I'm
Been
not
there.
sure.
Yep.
You've been there?
Oh, yeah.
Too much arm strength, is that right?
Uh-huh. Or bad welding.
Well, they do call him Iron Man Tom Sheehan.
Great work from Tony Garcia, our pit man, getting the story for us, because it's so hard to do this on the fly. You're not going to get information, so the only way you can do it is visually. And we weren't quite sure, but we're pretty sure now that that was definitely a gear shifter.
Wait, we can hear Adrian. Well, there's Connor Zilish back in. Still struggling. I'm hearing that we're going to be going green this time by, so they've got about probably 2.5 minutes to figure something out before we go green.
It's a real shame. It's what a topsy-turvy weekend. They had so many highs. First practice they were leading, then taking the pole, and now having to struggle just to stay on a lead lap, and I don't think they're going to do that.
Yeah, but if I'm that Hunt Brothers Pizza team, not right now, but on the drive home, when they cross the border into North Carolina, I think they're going to start feeling like the weekend overall was a victory. All the things that he did, the name that he made for himself, breaking, I think, 6 or 7 different records this weekend in Trans Am for his first time. Knowing how competitive the TA2 field is and how the whole race industry looks and considers the top 20 in this TA2 field some of the best road racers, I think he's really made a name for himself.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yep.
Adam Andretti, 3-Dimensional Services Group, TA2 Ford Mustang, right there behind Michael Self in that Sinclair Oil. Adrian Lostovsky, Fast Auto Hawk Performance Racing.
Well, we're coming out of Oak Tree now, and we'll keep an eye on, but we've heard from Race Control that we're expecting to go racing at the end of this lap. And like I said, an important restart for Mike Skeen. Just seeing that Zilic is out and running. Coming out of the pits now, so he will go to the back, but he'll still be a lap down, unfortunately.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pace car lights out, coming to a restart here.
All right, let's get this race underway. 17 of the 31, 39 minutes to go. It's 100 miles or when the clock ticks down, either way, depending on which comes first. But it's Mike Skeen against Rafa Matos for the championship. The penultimate round of the championship. Rafa starting the day 40 points ahead, and Coda still to come in November. I don't suppose you can, if you're Mike Skeen, I don't suppose you can make a plan until you get into the fray, right? You just don't know what's going to happen. You know you want to get a good restart, but there's no point in planning it until you see how it pans out.
You just want to be ready and be able to see the green.
Away they go. Good start from Connor Mosak in 4th place. We're on board with Andretti. He's been behind Self at the moment. Jinking out to the inside, and sure enough, Skeen trying to make his way around the outside, but he's not going to be close enough.
Connor Mosak on the outside of Thomas Merrill. There is grip on the outside here at 1.
Yes, there is. Self holding off Andretti. Behind them is this man, Lostowski. And a good clean start.
Merrill,
Merrill
next to Mike Skeen. Merrill's got the turn. Mike Skeen's not giving him anything,
no,
but it's
not.
Merrill. And now Mike has the turn.
But he's already lost out to Merrill
and
Mosak. Oh, wow. So what a big change around of fortunes that is, that's played into Rafa Matos' hands.
And Adam Andretti.
Andretti's got through as well. So,
3 different changes in just one corner there.
Amazing. So this is a completely different race now. Matos with not an easy task, but a lot easier than having Skeen behind him. Skeen with real work to do, and now Andretti's got by Self, and he now goes in pursuit of that man. And of course, he's out there, is Andretti, to help Matos. There's no question when he joined the team, Peterson taking him on, the whole point was have a really competitive teammate that could help Rafa win the championship. And now Andretti's in that position, and this is a memory of Nashville when he did exactly the same for a long time when Rafa had to come through the field.
Yeah, when your teammate is easily could be in contention for any TA2 champion like Adam Andretti, you've got a pretty good teammate there.
Yep. Down the hill they come, through roller coaster. And it looks as though Zilic is out, kaput this time.
That's unfortunate. Yeah. Sorry for Connor Zilic, but man, do we hope to see you in the Trans Am TA2 series, because you've added so much to the show this weekend. Thank you for coming out.
Definitely. So across the line, there is Mike Skeen in the Liqui Moly. 14 turn.
Look at this, side by side.
Yeah. Oh, well, Self's got through on the inside again, so this battle continues. And Andretti will be disappointed. He's just done the hard work, and now he's got to do it again.
It's a great move there by Michael Self with Silver Hair Racing. So now Michael Self taking up for Silver Hair Racing, since Tyler Casera has dropped back to 9th place. That's not bad for Tyler Casera. There he is, just in sight, right behind Keith Prochuk there.
Yep.
So don't count out Tyler Casera either, and somebody's off there.
I think that might be Zilic. Because I did hear on the radio he was going
No, it was livery.
Was it Connor?
No, not Mosak.
Zilic is back to the paddock, I'm told. I
think it was Leesfield.
That was the 48. That's Scott Borchetta getting out of shape there for a second.
Yeah, but ahead of Lostowski.
Yeah.
So something must have happened there at the Snake. And Lostowski's fallen back. Scott Borchetta now moving up to a probably 8th position.
It's all going on. Plenty of action every which way in this one.
Adrian's lost something. He's lost a lot of power there. Are you seeing that too, Edward?
Yeah, was that Peterson next to him or Andretti?
Yeah, I'm not sure which. I think it was Peterson.
Yeah, I think he's fallen way back.
Yeah, it can't have been Andretti. He's fighting himself. And not himself either. So Merrill with a very aggressive run after the restart. Skeen with a lot of work to do now if he's going to keep this championship alive and hold on to his title. Just doesn't have the consistency he had last year by any means. He's always quick. Lostowski is in the pits.
Something must have happened with Barry Bowes and Adrian. They were together and they both went backwards.
Yeah. Let's listen in. tire. So something happened with his tire because they brought a tire around to the left side, driver's left.
Is that Skeen making an aggressive move there?
Okay, Connor Mosak just to the driver's left of Mike Skeen.
Side by side.
That was a pretty easy pass there from Connor Mosak.
I think he had to give that position back.
And only Mike Skeen can give a position back without losing too much momentum.
Yeah.
That's hard to do.
So here we go, back straight. They're all line astern. There's a chance for surely a slipstream here coming towards the roller coaster. On board with Andretti. Topping out at what? 156 for there. Might be gone a little bit quicker before we came off of here. They're working on the rear left of Lostowski.
He just shook his head to Tony, our cameraman.
Basically means he's pretty much fed up with the whole thing.
He'll be able to do this back on the lead lap, though.
Yeah. Yep.
That was impressive because we don't do a lot of tire changes here under the gun like that in TA2. Uh-oh. It's going to be tough for him to blend back in.
Yeah, that speed. Everybody firing by. There's Andretti again. He still hasn't got past Self or repassed Self, but now Self's in a battle with Skeen. Side by side out of the horseshoe. Skeen holding him off. NASCAR, he's got the advantage. Has Skeen, but Self putting the pressure on. Great stuff, this. And the onboard's really illustrated.
Look at his hands working there in the bottom left corner. It's a physical part of the track right there. So our top 10 right now is Merrill, Connor Mosak, Mike Skeen, Michael Self is 5th, Adam Andretti 6th, Keith Prochuk 7th. Good job, Keith. Tyler Casera 8th, Scott Borchetta 9th, and Evan Slater 10th.
Well, that's good for Borchetta and Slater. Borchetta saying earlier in the weekend just wanted to be in the top 10. Slater obviously in the wall yesterday, so glad to be in contention.
Look at the front splitter there, Tyler Casera's car. See it flapping around?
Oh yeah.
That's not good. What do you do with that? What's that going to do to his performance, Edward?
It depends. Initially, it may help, but once that comes off, it's going to hurt. He'll pick up a big understeer, and then the front tires overheat.
Already hitting 165 mark before braking. Self just locking up a little bit.
Man, this looks like a physical track.
Yeah.
Does this track wear you out?
No, not particularly. Now Nashville, on the other hand.
Yeah, I bet. Try as he might, Andretti just can't get close enough to Self at the moment.
Rafa Matos last time was a 151.4. His best time is a 151.1. So he's running pretty consistent times. There's his man Doug Peterson, Three-Dimensional Services Group. And then Evan Slater's dropped back to 11th now.
So is there one more trick in the tail for this race, I wonder? Calm down again. We had the excitement of Connor Zilic leading. And Rafa then took ascendancy. In the minute Rafa went through, there was definitely some sort of problem because Zilic went from hero to zero, quite literally. And
look at that front splitter. That's a great shot of that front splitter. But
nice
that's
work.
Like Claudio Burton taught me a new word. That's going to be oscillating.
It is. It's a good science word, oscillation.
Look at that. Yeah. I bet you he can feel that vibration there on his wheels too.
Yeah, no question. It's not the way it was designed to work at all.
Those front splitters are great on concrete, but the moment that you go off or hit too big a curbing, sometimes they become more of a nuisance. And there's Thomas Merrill, who still looks really fast.
Yeah, it's been a strange year for Thomas. At times he's drifted into the distance and not been a factor. At others he's at the sharp end. It just depends on the day and on the weekend.
Here's that battle again. Connor Mosack, Mike Skeen.
Ooh, he's close this time. Skeen defends, stays in the middle of the road and holds the inside line. Connor, if he wants to make the move, would have to go around the outside. And you can see when you go on board with Connor that there really isn't a way to make a move. He's not close enough to make a dive at NASCAR. He's got him covered there. Slight mistake there maybe on the exit, but not enough to worry him.
Yeah, it is.
Whoa, he's allowed self-through.
Yeah, I didn't see where Skeen got Connor. Must have been on the back straightaway, but
Connor's fine. It looks like he's lost some speed there since turn 1.
Let's see how Andretti dispense with him. If he does, under the bridge they come.
Yeah, he's losing speed.
Yeah, he is, definitely.
Can't pass there.
Oof, tell Andretti that. Yeah, I think the speed differential is such that Andretti was like, well, he's not going to challenge me now because he's slowing quickly. So exactly that. He's gone through.
Yeah, something is wrong with Connor. That's unfortunate. 3rd in points currently. Having a really great season in TA2, showing us a lot of talent. And looks like he may be down a cylinder as well.
Well, he gets up to about 163 just before he hits the anchors. That looks so much fun to drive down.
There's Keith Prochek passing Connor Mosack, so that brings Keith Prochek up to 6th position.
I wouldn't be surprised if Mosack comes in. Matos still 5 seconds out in front of Thomas Merrill for the race win.
Mosack, right rear tire down.
Yeah.
Right rear tire down.
Lostowski in as well, and I think his day's done.
That is unfortunate for Connor Mosack.
We're getting the close-up, and there it is.
Nick Taylor custom fit underwear race for RP Team SLR. Chevy Camaro. Quick tire change there. They have a great team there with the Scott Legacy crew. Looks like there was a lot of tire rub there on that back fender, so that's been gone for a while, that rear tire. 24 of 31 laps as we look at the leaders come around that long back stretch after turn 11. Turn 12, Vogue Tree coming into the roller coaster section. That's quite a big gap there between 1st and 2nd. Rafa Matos leading this and leading the points championship, followed by Thomas Merrill, then Mike Skeen, and then Michael Self.
Yeah, Self's had a good year, and he's proving it again today. Really competitive again to all comers. Now let's take a look at this battle. That's Tommy Sheehan, who's already been in the pits. Rafa Matos back on board with him, the leader. The gap, 4.8 seconds. Merrill just did his quickest lap last time out. A 1:51.8.
Adam Andretti, I'm seeing a lot of vibration in the front end of this car.
He's not been happy with the setup all weekend.
Drivers that can drive terrible cars fast sometimes.
Yeah,
which is a good driver to have. You know, when he has a good car, he is lightning fast, but he can drive a terrible car fast as well. And it looks like that's what he's having to do right now. Mike Skeen coming up behind Connor Mosack. Connor should yield that to Mike Skeen because Connor's no longer on the lead lap.
That's a good point, yeah. gap between Matos and Merrill down to 4.8 seconds now. Still a long way to go, but I'm just keeping us honest on whether Merrill can take some time out of Matos as we look at this battle. Skeen, himself, Andretti, Prochuk, Borchetta now up to 7. Good day for Scott Borchetta.
Connor's faster than Mike Skeen, though. You don't have to give up your place.
No, if you think back to Laguna Seca,
yeah,
the same thing happened. He stayed right there.
That's right, yeah.
There's Barry Bowes. Just coming out of the Oak Tree turn down that long straight. Barry Bowes having a good weekend there.
Yep.
Top 10.
Just keep wondering whether there's going to be another little twist to this. Could be a safety car, could be anything.
Looked like Andretti was just going to the inside there on self.
Well, he's been trying for a couple of laps now. Let's see if he's done it. Barry Bowes, as you mentioned, having a good weekend.
Yeah, Barry is significantly faster than the people.
Yeah. There's Tommy. Got that stick shifter working. That was Evan Slater. A strange kind of weekend for him as well.
So Merrill has been putting in fast lap after fast lap. So you'd think that his car is coming into it with the fuel load burning down.
Yeah, it's definitely the last couple of laps, and the gap's now on 4.6. So it's doable.
There's Darren Mock and Jim Gallagher there, both from Mike Cope's stable. Darren Mock joined us at Brainerd this year. And his dad has a long history in the NASCAR series, but Darren Mock wants to be a road racer. And there's Connor Mosack and Mike Skeen battling.
And like Laguna, Connor having no reason to give in to Skeen at all.
No, unless he's holding them up. But if they're going the same speed, Connor does not have to yield his position at all.
No, but he should.
Would you?
Absolutely.
Really? I don't.
Yeah, for the guys in the top 3. I mean, you know, unless he gets back by Rafa and gets a lap back, you know, it's.
Well, the thing is, I mean, I spoke to Connor on the weekend, and you know, he's got a chance still of finishing at least third, if not runner-up. So this is his big rival for the runner-up spot. That's kind of probably what's going on in his mind. Everybody knows Rafa's pretty much got the championship, so it's a case of who's going to be runner-up. And at the beginning of the weekend, Connor was third behind Mike Skeen. So you can understand that he doesn't want to let his closest rival pass. But as you say, something's gone wrong there.
Somebody's gone off into the grass there, waving the debris flag at turn 9, the yellow flag at turn 9. So let's see what's happened. Okay, it's not our leader. It's not second place, and it's not third place.
Maybe it was a back marker getting it out of the way or just making a mistake on his own.
I don't know. I don't see anybody in the grass there.
No.
Merrill took another couple tenths out of him on that lap.
Yep.
Still a long way to go, 4.4 seconds.
There's our leader, Rafa Matos.
Now, will he have done enough to win the championship? Rafa had to finish second or higher to clinch the championship. So the answer is yes.
Well, this is not over yet.
No, but
I've seen Rafa leading here a couple of years ago in TA2, and then a plug wire came out, and he's right before NASCAR. So, you know, anything can happen in TA2, as we've seen. Right now, he's just trying his best to hit his marks. He doesn't mind probably giving up a little bit to Thomas as long as everything just goes smooth for him.
Yeah.
But is this the time, Edward, in the race that he's just hearing every single little noise and just every little thing that's moving that shouldn't be moving is just really bothering him?
I think he's so experienced in this position that he's just in the zone now. And it took 3 seconds, or added 3 seconds to his lead that last lap. I don't know what that debris flag was for, but both Merrill and Skeen were way off the pace. And Skeen is getting backed up into Andretti at this point.
Yeah, that was weird. Rafa Matos, it was 4.4 as you mentioned, now it's 7.1. Well, Andretti's put a valiant effort in, but his front splitter looks a real mess too. Flapping about just as Casera's was.
Yeah, it looks like Adam Andretti is driving a pig right now. And doing well with it.
Better put it in the hog pen. Lostowski makes a move into Horseshoe. Cleanly done. Out of NASCAR, nice and smooth with Lostowski at the moment. The runner-up in SGT last year, of course, taking to TA2 for the first time this year.
Doing really well.
Yeah.
I think he's 5th or 6th in the points.
And fighting for the rookie championship with Rhett Barco, so he'll have gained some points on Rhett Barco going out. So that's good news for him, and that's got to be in the back of his mind as well. He's got the overall championship to think about and the rookie. Some more dust flying up in the distance there. Well, it's not been without incident. There's the dust I was talking about. So somebody must have just railed on the outside of that oak tree bend.
Here's our leader.
Well, he's not looking stressed, is he? Well, a two-time champion now, potentially. And both with three-dimensional services.
Yeah, that is impressive.
Got his first win at Road Atlanta in 2018 with that team.
And I think he was runner-up in the championship last year when he was with the Silver Hair team.
He was, yeah.
So Rafa Mato showing us the talent out here.
Sounds great. Merrill, second place. Gap 7 seconds.
I think Thomas has kind of started to surrender, trying to take first and just trying to hold on to second right now.
Their scheme.
Is Adam gaining on him?
Yeah, a second in the last 2 laps.
And he just did his quickest lap last time out at 52.1. So despite the splitter issues, he's going quick as Adam. He's in 4th at the moment and maybe smells a podium. Back with Matos.
And Borchetta just showed up in 5th.
Yeah. Well, this would be one of Borchetta's best performances of the year. He's had a podium, I think, at Brainerd last year. But this would be really impressive.
He hasn't had a podium yet.
He hasn't?
No.
He was 4th.
No, he was 4th at Road America.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I think on his birthday weekend. But I'm still going to say he's going to get a podium this year, but not many chances to do it left.
Yeah, he picked up 2 spots in the last 2 laps.
Well, that'd be a great story too. He's worked so hard at this.
Oh, because Michael Self.
Pull that.
Yeah, he's showing down at 15th.
Ah, okay.
The car sounds amazing with Matos.
It does.
150. 161. He's not letting off.
No. Not the fastest.
He's going to
speeds,
get
but
he's coming down the roller coaster, and then he's going to take the white flag.
Yep. 1 to go. And this is, as you say, where it all gets a little bit scary. Ooh.
The championship and the win.
Evan Slater in trouble again. It's not been an easy weekend for this team.
And he's climbing out. You can tell by the body language that he is not happy, Evan Slater.
White flag then for Rafa Matos on his way to a potential championship in 2021. Thomas Merrill has kept him honest. The gap has come back down again to 5 seconds. Just over. Skeen still in third, and Adam Andretti still in fourth place. Scott Borchetta, a brilliant fifth place at the moment. Keith Procek having a good run too in the number 9 in sixth.
He just looks relaxed.
Yeah, very relaxed.
Well, that is impressive. Nice job, Rafa Matos, the three-dimensional services group team. That is very impressive. There's second place, Thomas Merrill. Connor Mosack just still showing us the talent. They had to change a tire, but he's still staying with the leaders. He didn't lose any speed. He just looks like he cut a tire somewhere.
Yeah, a shame. Not a great race for him. So as we sit with Rafa, it's been an interesting year. Didn't start as well as he would have hoped, for sure. Merrill and Skeen were the men to watch. And then, of course, he's had problems where, like at Nashville, he had to side his way through from the back when qualifying. I think he had a power steering issue in qualifying. But with Rafa, you can never count him out, and it's been a good run again. And now he's got one hand on the trophy, just a couple of corners to go. And with the fact that Skeen is going to take third place, looks as though Rafa Matos is going to take the title here in the 88. The three-dimensional services Ford Mustang comes out of the last corner and to the checkered flag for another valiant win for Rafa. There's the checkered flag, and the Brazilian does it in style here at VIR. He loves this track, and he's done it again. Merrill crosses the line, and the team, as you can see, high-fiving and delighted with that. Andretti does take fourth place. Skeen does take third. So not bad for Andretti, starting, what, 8th? And Borchetta, a very competent 5th place. He'll be elated with that. Keith Procek takes 6th place, Tyler Casera 7th. Doug Peterson, another three-dimensional driver and the owner of the team, of course, takes 8th. Jim Gallagher in the number 16 takes 9th place. Darren Mock is 10th. And Morris Hull takes 11th place. So well done to Rafa Matos. Here's another look at the TA2 race from VIR, and a really good start from Connor Zilic, the youngster, coming into Trans Am for the first time and led from pole position under pressure from two champions in Rafa Matos, looking for the 21 championship with Mike Skeen, the current champion, behind him. Soon, though, Matos was past Zilic, but what we didn't know at the time was that Zilic had a problem, and he would drop back and eventually drop out. And then it started to heat up. Casera, who got into contention, would spit out and would have to come back. But there was plenty of action all over. Barco, the guy going for the Rookie Cup, he goes out as well with a broken suspension. Andretti, though, very much on it for a while. He would finish fourth, but no one could stop Rafa Matos, who piles on the pressure to take the championship and the win here at VIR. Big moment for Rafa, and a really, again, consummate performance. I'm sure he went to rest last night thinking, what's this kid got for me tomorrow? I don't need him in my way. I've got enough going on with Skeen. And he dispensed with him well. And it's going to be a happy Rafa. Deserves it too. He's driven hard. He's a great character too. He loves his racing. And I've been getting some insight from Adam Andretti as to what a great guy he is to race with as a teammate. He's very open and tells Andretti in no uncertain terms exactly where he wants him on the track, where he wants him to finish, and how he wants him to help him. And that's why Andretti came into the team. Doug making a wise decision of giving Rafa somebody to work with, and they did that at several races, including Mid-Ohio, where they were first and second, and into the pit lane he comes. Great looking car too. I love the paint scheme on that. And certainly Doug Peterson, who owns the three-dimensional services company, can be pleased with the amount of coverage he's got. It's been a good investment, that's for sure. And my thanks to Edward Savagian, and obviously Ben has gone down there to talk to our winners. And you can see that Rafa, you don't need to hear from him just yet. You can see the body language says it all.
Dude, thank you so much.
Well, it might be a while. Andretti is his teammate, and he congratulates him. 2 championships, one in 2018, one in 21. And Ben holding the mic, trying to pick up the congratulations, doing a great job. He's going to thank everyone. We might have to wait. Rafa's such an affable guy, and he's got that typical Brazilian laid-backness. And he comes out of a group of great racing drivers that came out of Brazil in his era. So many of them have been successful in Indy as he was, but he chose, having started actually in stock cars in Brazil, to go the Indy route, as many of them do and did. So as we get to celebrate, let's head down to Ben Sissel, who's with our new champion.
Well, thank you, Jonathan. I am here, and what an honor it is to be here with Rafa Matos. Great race, but as far as our math goes, you are now the TA2 champion again. Rafa, how does it feel?
I can't describe in words right now, Ben, quite honestly, you know. It's been a year of ups and downs, you know. This week in particular was quite good, but some races were lacking a little bit of speed and we had bad luck. But, you know, there was so much anticipation before this race, and qualifying yesterday, second, I was a bit concerned because second place here into turn 1 is not a good place to be. But thankfully, we got clean at the start, and my pace was good enough to pull away initially from Mike. Well, first I had to deal with Connor. I finally overtook him and pull away from Mike Skeen, and after the restart, my pace was good enough so I could pull away from Thomas Merrill. Just an incredible year for Peterson Racing, three-dimensional service group team. Those guys, they work their ass off, you know, so I'm just the guy that delivers the result. They are the ones that work hard.
Now, did you feel the little love tap that you got from your teammate here, Adam Andretti, as he came in? And then you came in dirty. Tony, if we can get a shot of this, where's the dirt from, Rafa?
Well, this grass all over the track. You know, this place it's famous for this aspect. But, you know, thankfully the grill was fine. It was not covered in grass, and the engine was running fine. So today was our day.
Nice. Well, congratulations, Rafa Matos, as it stands, our current TA2 champion. Rafa, will you be at Circuit of the Americas too in a month?
Of course. We're gonna party there now.
Party at Circuit of the Americas. We're coming over to Adam Andretti here. How does it feel to be teammates with Rafa Matos? Come in. I saw that little love tap.
Yeah, I mean, I love the guy. He's a phenomenal driver. He's a great teammate, and most of all, he's a great person, special human being. So, yeah, just so happy and proud of Rafa. But he's the first to tell you that's a full team effort to see what this Peterson Racing group, how they work together, and the engineers and the mechanics. I mean, just the gel. That's always the magic that we talk about in racing, and Peterson Racing certainly has it. And I'm just proud to be a part of that, and that I didn't mix up the mixture too much. But great job all season long, Rafa. So well deserved by that 88 crew and Peterson Racing, and this is what they work hard for.
Sweet. Thank you, Adam Andretti. Tony, let's come over here. We've got Thomas Merrill and Mike Skeen together, guys. What a crazy year. Rafa just clinched the championship. Stand together here. How does it feel? I know that was hard fought. What a crazy year for both of you. Thomas, give me some thoughts.
Yeah, it was a real up and down year for us, and an up and down weekend. I mean, we didn't plan on racing this car, but
we were forced to make that decision, and I'm so proud of the Cope crew for pulling this thing out of the truck and showing as well as it did. It's a testament to how good our chassis are. And we're excited to go to Texas and to end the year strong. I think we'll have a good shot there.
Nice. Mike Skeen, 2020 champion here in the Challenger. How was it out there?
It was tough all weekend, and just learn kind of a new car and how to set it up and try to get the most out of it. And I think the SMR guys did a pretty good job of that. I think it's about as good as we could have done with this car, and so happy to be on the podium still. Knew we didn't really have a weapon to fight for the lead, I don't think, this weekend, and so you take what you get sometimes. And very happy for Liqui Moly and Turn 14 distribution to have this opportunity to keep racing, and one more to go.
Nice. Mike Skeen here, 2020 champion. Rafa Matos, 2020 champion. Rafa Matos, 2021. Jonathan, I'm going to send it back to you.
Thank you, Ben. Great stuff, and great to hear from Rafa. A delighted three-dimensional services team, and confirmation then. And obviously, these are provisional results, but Rafa Matos, as we see it, is the three-dimensional services champion of TA2 Trans Am. Thomas Merrill, last year's champion, runner-up here today in the HP Tuners Mike Cope race cars. Mike Skeen taking third place for the Liqui Moly Turn 14 distribution Chevrolet Camaro, and then Adam Andretti, teammate to Rafa, takes fourth. A good result for him. Scott Buschetta, very impressive. He's had a big weekend of both SVRA and here in Trans Am for Big Machine Vodka. And then Keith Prochuk, the HP Tuners, takes sixth. Tyler Casero recovers to seventh. Doug Peterson is eighth. Jim Gallagher ninth. And Darren Mock rounds out the top 10. Further down, Morris Hull, Mark Austin recovering to 12th place. Connor Mosak, shame for him. He showed such potential but kept on going anyway. Likewise for Adrian Lostowski. He is a lap down. Patrick Paul, Evan Slater, Barry Bowes, Chad Christensen, Michael Self, and Tom Sheehan. And further down, Leesfield Zilich. Sadly, Connor Zilich, the man who had pole position. Rhett Barco, John Cloud, and Kurt Voigt. So that's how it finished here at VIR. It's been a glorious weekend of racing in many, many ways. The sun and the weather have been absolutely tremendous, and everybody's starting to pack up. And don't forget, we got one more prize to give out effectively, our Quantum Chill Out moment, and that I think goes to this weekend, Adam Andretti. Chill out moment from the Quantum Cooler moment, or Chill Out Systems Quantum Chiller moment. And Adam Andretti, all the work he did against Michael Self and all the overtakes, he was definitely in the zone, there to help Rafa, doing exactly that and pushing on throughout the weekend. And it's great to see Adam in TA2, having lost a ride or not getting a ride in TA earlier in the season, got picked up by Peterson, and ever since he's been flying. And he deserves these accolades. Maybe not the wins, but he'll take the chill out moment for sure. In the thick of it throughout the race, and not the perfect setup at all. And as we heard earlier, able to work with a car that's not perfect, and his battles with Self were excellent. And he wins our chill out moment for VIR. So that concludes our action from the Speed Tour. My thanks to Greenlight Television, to everybody involved here on site and away. From Nova Scotia to the Isle of Man, you name it. We've had a great weekend of weather, and once again, VIR has not disappointed. The weather has been superb, as I mentioned, but so too has this track. It never stops giving us great racing. My thanks to everyone involved in the production. We'll be back, I'm sure, at VIR next year, but next we have a month off, and it's COTA, Circuit of the Americas, the FIA Formula One Spec Circuit, for a great hurrah. We've got our champions crowned, and we should have some great racing in November. Tune in and join us then. From me, Jonathan Green, goodbye from then.